Town of Oakville. This meeting is being held in compliance with the electronic participation provisions of the Municipal Emergency Act of 2020 and the Town of Oakville Procedure Bylaw 2020-11 as amended. If you are watching and you wish to speak on any of the planning items on the agenda, you only have to dial 905-815-6095, and the clerks who are standing by will connect you with the meeting at the appropriate time. Madam Clerk, as I understand it, we have no regrets for this meeting. And Council, I'll just ask if you have any pecuniary interest to declare. And Madam Clerk, I see none. So, as is our custom for planning and development files, it's time to move into committee of the whole. We need a mover and a seconder for that procedural motion. Councillor Dudek and Councillor Lischina, you have the fastest hands in Oakville tonight, and you're recognized. Are there any objections to the motion? Madam Clerk, there are none, and we have carried that motion, and we're now meeting in the relaxed rules of the Planning and Development Council. The first matter that I want to take care of is that staff are requesting that we defer item 5, which is a recommendation report for the MGO North Oakville Phase 2. I'll just read it. Staff is requesting a deferral to a future meeting as a result of a technical irregularity with the public notice. So could I have a motion to defer that item, please? Councillor Sanju, thank you. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. The deferral is carried. Now, Council, Councillors Giddings and Dudek have suggested that we move to the front of the meeting the heritage-related items at the back of the meeting, items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, on the assumption that we might be able to pass those as consent items. Is there any objection to that? And if I think there is, let me first get a motion from Councillor Dudek, or okay, to that effect. So now, Councillor O'Meara, do you want to separate out an item or speak to one?
Yes, Your Worship. Item number 7, we can separate that. I have a question or two on that. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Just Councillor O'Meara. All right. Councillor Haslett-Deal.
I have questions on 7 as well, so I'd support separating out 7.
Well, let's see. I think we get to the same place if we persist on the path that Councillor Giddings and Dudek have recommended. Why don't we go with your questions, and then we'll see if we can pass them all. Councillor O'Meara, you were first, then Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thank staff for this report. I just first like to clarify for the public who may have read through the consultant's report in there that currently at this point there is no development application or no pre-consultation application that is before council. Can staff just clarify that, please?
The planning director will give you that.
Through Your Worship to Councillor O'Meara, there's no application in right now. There's simply a concept plan provided by the applicant to assist with respect to the heritage applications or evaluations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. And just to go one step further then, so I guess I would ask maybe, what is our staff's role in reviewing a document that is brought forward from a consultant on behalf of a private property owner here? I mean, have we inspected this building on our own to validate what the findings are in the consultant's report?
Through Your Worship, I'd ask Sue Shepard if she can answer the question, please.
Certainly. I'm happy to help. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. It is a routine issue for us to request heritage impact assessments from consultants whenever there's an application, obviously, regarding a heritage property. We certainly do a thorough review of the heritage impact assessments or any documents submitted by consultants in order to ensure that they are as accurate as possible and to sometimes we request additional points of clarification. And so for this particular report, we actually saw a draft of the Heritage Impact Assessment in advance, and were able to ask for a number of items to be clarified in the report, as is generally typical. I am familiar with the property myself and have visited the site. So we were satisfied with the information that was put forward in that particular Heritage Impact Assessment.
Because I asked that because when I'm reading through this report, and on 228 of our document here, of our, I think it's item number 7. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Oh, page 64 of the actual report. Beneath a picture, it literally says, and this is a professional consulting group that has done this picture. It actually says that attic beams are being supported by a bungee cord. So any professional organization that would see a bungee cord on attic beams and even write in here that they are support mechanisms in any way, shape, or form, to me brings pause to how I would review this document. If somebody's going to write that down like that's a support mechanism, to me is obviously skewing the way that they want this document to read. So I would hope that our staff or somebody else has reviewed that and say, maybe those bungee cords are just there and they're not actually there to support wooden beams, but they're just there because they're there. It brings pause to me when I read stuff like that from a professional consulting report. So that's why I'm just interested in how we would read that and how we would review that. And just to maybe finalize and leave staff with this impression, and I'm curious about it again on page 3, I think, of the report. It just says, in the interest of establishing a circular economy, any recyclable building materials on the property should be salvaged, resold, or donated. But we actually don't know what material is in there from the 1800s or the early 1903. We don't know where the beams are, what the wood is there. Do we have an inventory on exactly what material is in there that should or could be repurposed into any future building that will be built on this site? Do we know what is in there that is of value and not just to be resold, but possibly reused or repurposed?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to tackle the first question about the figure number 63, I guess what I would say to that is that the evaluation of this particular property is based on its merits according to Ontario Regulation 906. And despite the photo, there weren't any arguments being made that the building was structurally unsound. And so that certainly wasn't something that staff looked at as a significant criteria in trying to determine whether or not the property had cultural heritage value or interest. So as far as we're concerned, the building was structurally sound because there wasn't an argument made against that. And if there had been, we would have required an engineering report completed by a qualified structural engineer who has experience in heritage buildings in order to support that particular position. So I appreciate your comment about the labeling of the photo, but that certainly wasn't something that staff used to determine our professional opinion. And then in regards to salvage, this particular building doesn't have a whole lot of original or historic materials, but it's a general clause that we use in order to try to divert as much waste from the landfill as possible. And so what we would generally do in these circumstances is to circulate some of the photos from this report that show some of the older elements, especially the beams in the basement, to property owners that we know are working on heritage buildings, because we're not necessarily intending to keep these materials on this particular site, but to make sure that they're made available to anybody who has a designated heritage property who may be able to reuse the materials. And so that's certainly the intention here.
And I appreciate that we can't get in there and we what beams or property. I mean, there is significant, as the second Postmaster General's office in the Ronnie area, going back almost over 200 years. I mean, I just read that our intention is to have a plaque somewhere on the new building or something, and I'm just wondering if there are not ways or possibilities that we can enshrine in an agreement going forward that there might be a little more recognition than a plaque or some sort of a facade. I don't know what, but I'm just, one of the comments I read in here was that, well, because of the dwindling heritage values in the area, that this is less of a heritage feature. And I mean, I think that's a bit of a tautological argument here. Well, because we don't see as much, we don't have to protect as much. And then because there isn't as much to protect, we don't see as much. And I think, we need to do everything we can to ensure that buildings that have been here for over 200 years, even just in perception or in reverence, should be memorialized that way. So I'm wondering what we might be able to do to ensure that as we move forward with the buildings that we're tearing down, in this whole street, from what I'm reading, half of it will be torn down and replaced, that we might be able to ensure that the developer takes a little bit more care and consideration than putting a plaque up somewhere, but might actually put a little more thought and structure into how we revere our history of this location and this street going forward. And I'm not sure how we do that in this report here, but if this is my chance, I don't want to miss it in terms of letting the owner of the properties know that I personally would at least expect a little more than just a plaque saying, hey, here once lied such and such.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. The reason why we said commemorative element, I think, is because we'd certainly like to have more than a plaque. And it kind of leaves that wording, we feel, leaves it a little bit open for us to work with the developers through the planning process on their future application, because as we've noted, it hasn't been submitted yet, to come up with something that is appropriate. And we can certainly take it as staff direction to maybe look at salvaging some of the materials from the house in order to reuse those in the commemorative element, which we would then encapsulate in the heritage management agreement, which we also take securities for as well. So that is the mechanism by which we can ensure that there is a substantial commemorative project created within any new development on the site.
I appreciate that, and I don't know if Your Worship, if that needs any formal motion other than just the direction, I think, which we've reiterated here publicly, but that's good enough for me. Just I've often known that developers do the bare minimum that they need to do, and going above and beyond might be something that we need to have enshrined. So anyway, I appreciate that, Susan and Your Worship, and I'll leave it to your wise knowledge on how to achieve, I think, what we were just discussing here. Thank you.
Counselor, the way I would score the round is you're ahead on points, and I would settle for that. Counselor Haslett-Thiel.
Actually misspoke. My question is on number 6, and I think it's pretty straightforward. I just want to have confirmation that with the designation of the Oakville Harbor area, if there's any implication on development for Centennial Square as a result of that going through.
Through you, Your Worship, Centennial Square being the library site, the current library site, and the
Library
Oakville
and Performing Arts Center.
Sure. That area actually isn't encapsulated within the Oakville Harbor, but it is adjacent to it, and we'd certainly be reviewing any applications with a lay to how they would impact the heritage attributes of the Oakville Harbor. I guess what I would note is actually the front portion of that site, the corner right at Lakeshore Road and Navy Street, is actually part of the downtown Oakville Heritage Conservation District already. And so heritage permits would be required for work done on that site that specifically that impact that portion, given that it's such an important gateway to downtown Oakville and our important heritage areas. It certainly, the designation of Oakville Harbor as a cultural heritage landscape doesn't preclude development there by any means. But that I'd say there are already mechanisms in place to ensure a very thorough heritage review.
Okay, thanks very much.
All right, Council, you have a motion from Councillor Dudek for items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there is no objection, and the motion carries. Thank you, everybody. We can now turn to the first public hearing item. We have 4 items tonight, and if there's anyone watching the live stream of this meeting on oakville.ca and you wish to speak to this item or any other one, you only have to call 905-815-6095, and the clerks will queue you up and bring you into the meeting at the appropriate time. We have registered delegations on this item. This is the public meeting report for 3064 Trafalgar Road Holdings, Inc., otherwise known as District, and it's a zoning amendment and draft plan of subdivision. And we have a presentation from Trish Collingwood, who is the senior planner, and after that, we will look for questions, if any, from council and hear from our delegations. Trish?
Thank you, Mayor Burton. The purpose of this report is to present the zoning bylaw and plan of subdivision applications submitted by 3064 Trafalgar Road Holdings in conjunction with the required statutory public meeting. As noted by my report, there are no decisions to be made tonight at this time, and the staff report is to be received by council. A virtual public meeting was a public information meeting was held by the applicant in July of 2019, and there were no members of the public in attendance, for your information. Next slide, please. The site is located 200 meters north of Dundas Street and fronts onto the west side of Trafalgar Road. The subject lands are 0.82 hectares in size, and they have a frontage of 71 meters along Trafalgar Road. There is currently a detached dwelling on the property that is proposed to be demolished as this part of this development. And there are currently existing constraints on the floodplain constraints on the site that will be resolved or anticipated to be resolved through the future culvert improvements south of Dundas Street, south of Dundas Street on Trafalgar Road. And this work will be done by Halton Region in the next 3 to 5 years. Next slide. For surrounding uses to the site, to the north is the East Morrison Creek Channel that was constructed as part of the Minto subdivision, which is on the east side of Trafalgar Road. Beyond the channel is the Green Ginger Developments Phase 2 subdivision, which is zoned Trafalgar Urban Core. Trafalgar Road is to the east, which is intended to have a 50-meter right-of-way. And then the Minto subdivision Trafalgar blocks that are zoned Trafalgar Urban Core are fronting onto Trafalgar Road on the east side. To the south is 3048 and 3040 Trafalgar Road with single detached dwellings that are listed on the Town of Oakville Heritage Register. And finally, to the west is the Natural Heritage System and East Morrison Creek. Beyond that, beyond the NHS is more Green Ginger Development Phase 1, containing low to medium density residential uses, a stormwater pond, and more NHS lands. Trafalgar Road, I've shown here in the green, is designated a major arterial transit corridor, bus corridor, along with Dundas Street East, and it functions as a major link to the Uptown Core and Midtown Core areas. The yellow stars that I added are recent site plan applications, some of which are underway. Others have been approved and are under construction. And the T in the bottom center of the slide identifies the Uptown Core Transit Terminal. Next slide, please. There are 5 Oakville Transit bus routes that service the Uptown Core area and the Uptown Core Transit Terminal, as well as 2 GO bus routes at this time. The dashed green line that I've added to this slide identifies new local transit routes once Wheat Boom Drive is completely constructed, and that will happen through future development applications. I've highlighted existing transit stops, as well as 2 new future stops located at the Trafalgar and Wheat Boom intersection. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated Trafalgar Urban Core in the North Oakville East Secondary Plan. The Trafalgar Road corridor is significant in the development of North Oakville due to the magnitude of heights, mix of uses, and permissions for the highest densities within the town. The intent of the TUC land use designation is to allow for a broad range of uses, including employment, service commercial, retail, institutional, cultural, and accommodation uses along with residential development. In 2018, Council adopted OPA 321 that brought the North Oakville East Secondary Plan into conformity with the provincial and regional integrated land use policies for future growth. Floor space index requirements and maximum density policies and permissions were removed from the plan through OPA 321, allowing for greater intensification to support future transit service targets and enhance transportation options for all users. Next slide, please. Within the North Oakville plans, policy 7.6.48 land use policies for all of the Trafalgar Road core areas states that the highest densities will be focused along Trafalgar Road, with maximum building heights being 15 stories. There are exceptions to this policy, and those include properties that are within proximity of the intersections of major arterial transit corridors and avenue transit corridors with Trafalgar Road. In those cases, the maximum permitted height is 20 stories. The subject lands are located between two such intersections, Dundas Street and Trafalgar Road, and the future Wheatboom Drive and Trafalgar Road intersection on the west side of Trafalgar. With the yellow star, I've highlighted the MSHE retirement development that has conditional site plan approval and was permitted a maximum height of 18 stories due to its proximity to the Dundas-Trafalgar intersection. The ability to achieve a certain level of density between Dundas Street and Wheatboom on the west side of Trafalgar will be difficult due to the relocated East Morrison Creek channel to the north of the property, which was done so to allow for the development of the TUC blocks on the east side of Trafalgar Road in the Minto subdivision. So this constrains the site. In addition, the natural heritage system, which are shown in the hatched green, the limited development footprint of the smaller parcels to the south, as well as the existing gas stations at the gas station at the corner of the Dundas-Trafalgar intersection. However, despite the fragmented ownership and constraints, the limited opportunities to potentially achieve the required transit supportive densities along the west side of Trafalgar Road in this stretch, the subject's lands could be considered a good opportunity to meet the intent of policy 7.648 to implement the maximum height of 20 stories. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned existing development in bylaw 2009-189 for North Oakville, and the applicant has submitted a draft zoning bylaw to accompany the proposal, which can be found in Appendix B of my staff report. Next slide, please. So this site plan before you, it's a new site plan. The applicant had an opportunity to submit a second circulation in October. So just this past October. And it was at the same time as I was writing my report. And so I'm using some of the new images, the new plans for this presentation to give everyone a good idea of just the changes that they've made. Well, I can't really show you the changes that they've made, but the new plans that have been submitted that address comments that staff provided them. The proposal that the applicant has submitted is a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision to permit the development of two 30-story residential buildings with a 2-story podium, 678 residential units, 739 parking spaces, and 5 levels of underground parking. So they've increased the amount of parking. They had 4 originally, and they've gone down to 5 levels of underground parking now with this latest circulation. The draft plan of subdivision application has been submitted to facilitate required conditions of approval, enter into a subdivision agreement with the town and region, and accommodate the conveyance of the NHS lands. Thank you. The hatched triangle that is noted as NHS. The yellow arrows indicate pedestrian access. The applicant is proposing vehicular access at the south end of the property from Trafalgar Road. It is a right in, right out access. As the region plans to, with the widening of Trafalgar Road, the region plans to construct a center median. So left turns may not be possible into the site. The subject application is also, it's consistent with the Trafalgar Urban Core Zone land use in terms of use, built form, and heights and densities. And one thing that staff does need to continue to review is what is the most appropriate height, max height to be looking at: the 15 stories, or the 20 stories, and then on top of it, the bonusing that's being requested up to 30 stories. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the proposed development from Trafalgar Road, looking southwest out towards Dundas Street. You can see 3 of the 4 quartile towers at the corner of Dundas and Trafalgar. They're visible to the left of this development. And next slide, please. On this slide, I added some yellow stars to identify where future development and site plan applications are anticipated on the Trafalgar Urban Core blocks in the near future. So there's the property to the south of the subject lands, and then the property on the east side of Trafalgar Road is the Minto subdivision, and there is potentially 2 to 3 buildings that will be looking at probably site plan applications for in 2021. Next slide, please. This was a context illustration prepared by the applicant to show we're trying to ensure that there was no preclusion of development rights for the properties to the south. So they took a look at the physical constraints of the site and whether or not a development footprint could be placed on the properties. And they demonstrated here 15 stories as well as bonusing up to 30. Next slide, please. The following is an overview of the requested modifications that the applicant is proposing to the North Oakville bylaw to permit the development. So, as always, whenever an applicant is looking to exercise bonusing, they need to go through the bonusing, the Section 37 agreement with the town, and it needs to be incorporated into their bylaw because it hasn't been done so yet. So that is one of the modifications. It's more of a process item. The next is they're looking at maximum parking requirements. Basically, here, what they want to do is they're definitely planning to hit the minimum number of parking spaces that we would typically require South Oakville. And so they're looking to incorporate that because in North Oakville, we don't have minimums. So they're looking to do that, but they're also looking to incorporate stacked parking to ensure that they go above and beyond any minimums. So with regard to parking requirements and minimum aisle width, what they're saying is that the number of parking spaces will be there. They're just looking at, with the elevated parking devices that I'm learning about now, they may restrict the size of spaces as well as aisle width. So that is something that we're looking at. We have requested the the applicant provide us with information that on elevated devices where they're used, what the restrictions are to parking spaces, that kind of thing. And if they will be used, they will not be used for required parking spaces, so that we won't have any deficiencies with required parking spaces. Next slide, please. So the following list reflects issues and matters that have been identified to date for further review and consideration. As always, consistency with the provincial policy statement, conformity to the growth plan, conformity to the Region of Halton official plan. Confirmation has been received from the region that servicing allocation is available for the subject lands. Compliance with the North Oakville design guidelines and the livable by design guidelines for tall buildings. Conformity with North Oakville East secondary plan policies, including the implementation of bonusing policies for the lands. Assessment and justification of the additional development impacts from a maximum building permission of 20 stories. And then going upwards to 30 stories. So looking at the impacts of the differences between 15, 20, and upwards of 30. Identification of appropriate community benefits in exchange for height. Should bonusing be considered appropriate for the site? Confirmation that the transportation impact analysis is acceptable, including but not limited to assessing the appropriateness of the right in, right out only access to the site, the location of the proposed temporary and permanent access that will provide flood-free vehicular access to the site. That's something we were looking at with the region. Should this development go forward before the culvert is constructed. Confirmation through storm and floodplain modeling that the region's construction of the downstream culvert will alleviate floodplain restrictions. Ensuring that the future property boundaries of the subject lands accurately reflect the land conveyances of the small NHS parcel that I showed you at the back of the property. Overlook and privacy matters assessed for future development to ensure there are no future adverse impacts to the development of the adjacent properties. Oh my God. Sorry. Justification for the proposed modifications to the parent.
I think we need somebody to put a dog on mute.
I know. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Justification for the proposed modification to the parent zoning bylaw, ensuring the proposed zoning bylaw amendment appropriately implements the vision of the North Oakville East secondary plan. Establishment of an appropriate parking standard for residential parking, including visitor parking. Assessment of the development constraints of the adjacent lands, of the adjacent lands, and subjected to coordinated build out for the satisfaction of the town, region, and conservation Halton. Ensure that any necessary conditions of approval identified by commenting agencies are appropriately dealt with through either the draft plan of subdivision or site plan conditions. Alignment with the climate emergency declared by council in June 2019. And lastly, looking at Bill 108 and Bill 197 implications to the ability to utilize bonusing provisions in the manner that is intended by the secondary plans. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff put forth the following recommendation as shown for council's consideration: that the public meeting report prepared by the Planning Services Department dated November 11th, 2020 be received, that comments from the public with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision submitted by 3064 Trafalgar Road District be received, and that staff consider such comments as may be provided by council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collingwood. We have questions from council, and council, before I go to your questions, I just want to update you that we don't have any public delegations lined up for this item, and a planner for the applicant is available if you have questions that can't be answered here. And I'll just remind you that the point of the meeting is to collect issues that the staff haven't already added on their list. So I'm going to start a list because I've got a forest of hands here. I've got Councillor Sanju, I've got Councillor Longo, I've got Councillor Palmer, Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel is taking a trip north on this item. Who else? Anybody else? Councillor Grant. Councillor Sanju, you're first.
Thank you, Mayor Britton. Thank you, Ms. Collingwood, and apologies for the hot mic incident a few minutes ago. I don't know what happened. I don't know how I got unmuted. I have a question, just actually one question, one comment for staff. On page 18 of the report, so it's the regular page, I'm just gonna get you the actual number. So page 18 in the diligent. Can you help me understand the diagram a little bit better? It was also in your slide deck. On the easterly side of the property, it looks like the property is actually moving into something that we've zoned NHS. Can you help me understand how that works?
So the property does have, let me just see. Jill, I don't know if you could go to slide 8 for me, please. Thank you. Oh, just down one. There we go. So if you're looking at the image in my staff report and you're looking at this, you'll see that that corner that is NHS. So we don't have all of our NHS lands. Some of it, obviously, we have if it is public ownership. But however, for the majority of it, we have it dedicated through the planning process. So this is another piece that is not allowed to be developed, and it will be conveyed through this process or processes that this application goes through.
That's very helpful. Thank you. There was also another slide that you had up. I found it in the diligent board. So in the report, it's actually page 9. And it's the diagram that talks about the NOESP, and it's an excerpt of that. I'm confused by the diagram, and it could just be that the diagram's written the way that it is. So it's on the easterly side, not that kind of southwest corner. I'm looking at the easterly side of the property, and it looks like the rectangle is specifically on top of a large portion of the NHS on the right of the property, kind of abutting Trafalgar Road.
Through your worship, and Jill, this is slide 5, please.
Yes.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is showing. So if you recall, a portion of the property has floodplain constraints. These are the floodplain constraints. They're along Trafalgar Road. There's, with our North Oakville secondary mapping, I have the excerpts here from. It is, you have to take it a bit with a grain of salt, and with how we take and look at it, each property, when North Oakville came together, yes, we knew there was NHS lands, and yes, we knew about where they were. When property development applications come forward, then it's staked to determine the extent of it. The extent of the NHS at the frontage of this property is mostly in the region's right-of-way, and in the future right-of-way that is to be dedicated from this property. So it's not as big as it appears here. And that is one of the reasons why the new culvert it's already well known that new culvert is going to alleviate the floodplain along Trafalgar Road, the constraints, because there's one reason why it needs to go in and be sized up. So the modeling anticipates that it will relieve the floodplain constraints along the frontage of this property. Whether or not it should have been showed as NHS, it's hard to say, because there is a creek that winds down along Trafalgar Road, and this is the creek that has now been relocated to the north of the subject lands. So if you see on the east side of Trafalgar Road, there's a large chunk of NHS. That creek is now on the other side of Trafalgar Road, on the north end of these subject lands, so that those properties could be fully developed.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification. And then my other question is on page 12, specifically with regard to bonusing. And I'm hoping you can kind of help me understand the language here. So it says, as mentioned above, the subject lands represent a higher density development opportunity that may not be achievable on the west side of Trafalgar Road. And I think that where my question is really is the piece just above that, where it talks about provide transit supportive densities is deemed to be appropriate. So can you help me understand how transit supportive densities apply here? I'm focused on that specifically because we've had transit discussions in the past with regard to North Oakville. And I want to make sure that we are keeping transit requirements in mind in the future as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm having a little bit trouble hearing you at the moment, but I think I understand what you're asking. So,
We've got an echo on this side, Mayor Burton.
I believe there is a delegate that's not muted at the moment.
If Wanda can mute, that would help.
Okay, let's try that again. Thank you.
Let's all take a second
so
and
with
thank,
regard-
Do you need me to repeat?
well, I was about to
Do you
say, let's
mind?
thank the
Because there was a
clerk
little
for
bit
having
that I
muted
couldn't get
that,
there.
but I'm
Sure,
not sure
absolutely.
we've succeeded.
So really all sorry, go ahead, Mayor Burton.
All right, let's resume now.
One more time. So the question I have was specifically with regard to the part about bonusing. And it says where we have the ability to provide transit supportive densities is deemed to be appropriate. So I'm trying to understand how that applies, and two, how it's going to apply in the future, because we've had discussions about Ward 7 and all of North Oakville being transit first. We aren't necessarily seeing that right now. And I want to make sure that we're planning for that in the future whenever this development actually has shovels in the ground.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. So with transit supportive developments and densities, I mean, basically the focus of that is along Trafalgar Road. Anywhere in North Oakville is along Trafalgar Road. How are we going to get the densities? And those densities have to be upwards of at least 100 units per site hectare. There's been many numbers tossed around and many built forms tossed around as to what's going to achieve those transit supportive densities that will they will support frequent transit service, which is considered a bus coming every 5 minutes, basically. You cannot have that kind of transit service. It's just not affordable unless you have the transit supportive densities. This Trafalgar Road and this area of Dundas Street as well is what the North Oakville second area plan sort of deems the area for this type of development. So the built form needs to be high-rise, compact-oriented, pedestrian-friendly, meets the street, addresses the street, easy access for pedestrians, cyclists, allows for cycle infrastructure within the building. Often and sometimes it can accommodate a transit waiting area, if not that is incorporated with the transit facility stop. If it doesn't have that, it can often have real-time transit information in the lobby. So people coming out can see what's happening. A lot of people have it on their phones these days, but it's still an extra feature that we are looking at with regards to transit supportive development. You can't get a lot of these features in development that doesn't have, basically, I'm just going to say, it doesn't have a lot of units in it. So when you're looking at medium rise or low rise, it's not affordable. And so looking at what you can do to attract people that potentially may not come with a car, and that's the other thing, is unbundling the parking so that you don't automatically get 1 or 2 parking spaces with your unit. You have to purchase it if it's something that you want. So there's a lot of criteria that sort of makes a transit supportive development. And this is the area, this portion, especially this portion of Trafalgar and northwards up to about Burnhamthorpe, is where the North Oakville East Secondary Plan was looking to have those developments. Having them located centrally, because you're on Trafalgar Road as you hit Uptown Core and Midtown, and you've got the 407 and the QEW, having those sorts of developments centered or located centrally allows them to stay out of the neighborhoods. But it also allows to balance that support for transit running through the neighborhoods, because that type of population and those densities exist. It can support frequent service running up and down Trafalgar. And then some of the routes can go through the neighborhoods as well, but keeping that concentrated high density population along Trafalgar Road, or at least on a central corridor, allows for that type of transit thought and philosophy to start coming forward.
Thank you for that. I think that raises two additional questions for me in my mind. We're talking a little bit about how, there's a potential unbundling of parking and things like that. My worry is that in a 30-story structure, if we're unbundling parking, we are potentially creating a situation, specifically in Oakville generally, where we've got an affordable housing crisis, where somebody might be or might see it as appropriate to unbundle their parking so that they can get a cheaper price point, and then have a situation where they can't park a car, and then they don't have access to transit. My concern for the future, and I hope that staff takes this into account as well when we get to this point, is that we can't always put the cart before the horse. I understand that we have to have a certain level of density so that it effectively pays for the level of transit that we require, but we can't keep putting ourselves in the same type of situation where somebody would be reliant, especially in such a large building, specifically on transit, and not have access to it. We're building for the future and not planning effectively then, in my mind. So I hope that staff takes that into account in the future. And I think that's it for now. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanju. Councillor Longo, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry about that. I've been battling with the mute button, and there you go. Ms. Collingwood, great presentation. Thank you. You mentioned in the matters to be considered about the climate emergency. Can we add to that alignment to the community energy strategy? Is that okay? Because I think that it ties, because climate emergency is fine, but one of the actual strategies we have that we've come up as a town with public input and a lot of partners within the town is actually an energy strategy. So if we can align that to this development, that'd be appreciated.
Mr. Mayor, we'll make note of that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Longo. I believe you have added something to the list. Next, Councillor Palmer, would you like to add an issue to the list for evaluation?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Collingwood. That was a great presentation. You actually answered a lot of my questions that I had. There are a few additional comments that I have to add to the list. The first is if there is commercial in this building, ground floor commercial, in this building or surrounding buildings, and whether it's required for that area. And then just some more information on the stacked parking. I assume that will be optional.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You can answer.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, there's no commercial proposed for this property. Now it is designated, and by way of being zoned Trafalgar Urban Core, with the amendment before or in the future that will be coming, they will have the opportunity to always add that should the market demand it, or the condo corp, the future condo corp look to want to put something like that in. And I was going to ask Jill, do you mind going to slide 3, please? Yes. So the if you look at the top of my slide, there's two at the north end. There are 2 yellow stars together. Those are strictly residential. The block to the south of that is not in yet right now will have commercial office potentially in it. The block to the south of that, on the other side of Threshing Mill, will have commercial, potentially a library and daycare. If we go down a little bit further to the third star that is at north of Wheat Boom, that it will have commercial. And if we go all the way down to around the corner on Dundas to the east, the Emshi development is proposing commercial as well as the Courtel. So there is quite a bit of commercial coming. We don't know directly across from this one on the Minto lands where we don't have site plan applications in yet. We would definitely encourage, because of their location and proximity to Dundas, we would be encouraging them to have commercial as well. And I apologize. Can you repeat your second question?
Sorry. So no, thank you for those comments. And, just taking off what you said, because of where the location is, I would expect to see some commercial in that area too. And you've just gone ahead and highlighted with your, if we could see some more detail of that in the report. And then that just brings me to another ask that I was hoping to see some type of, I know you had one kind of potential slide that showed what a building would look like, but if we could actually see buildings that propose applications or approved developments, such as, the Minto buildings across the street, so we can understand really what the area is going to look like when this comes back.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is about halfway done, so it will be done for the future application. And your other question, I just remember, was about stacked parking. I am not familiar with elevated devices for stacked parking, so this is something I'm going to become an expert on, hopefully, through this application. We have asked the applicant to provide us with details, as I mentioned, with regard to the type of device. So I've met with the zoning department, and we are hoping to work with the applicant, maybe have a presentation on how these work, the impacts that they have to the size of the spaces that we have and are regulated now. Because we understand that these elevated devices are built a certain size and they might restrict our regulations. So we need to have a little bit of more information, maybe see how it works in other sites, and talk to those condo boards to see if it's something that is appropriate. We haven't done that work yet.
Okay, thanks. So I look forward to seeing that item as well then. And then lastly is, I was really pleased actually to see it in your report that we've identified the issue of the right in, right out only, just given that area. I'm very familiar with it. And in taking into consideration of whether it'll be 15, 20, or 30 stories, I think that we really do need a thorough transit analysis to make that decision. So I'm looking forward to seeing what solutions or ideas can come about to solving that, because it's a very busy intersection and U-turns are already very difficult to do with none of the development there. So I can only imagine what it will be like with all the buildings that we are expecting along Trafalgar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Haslett-Teal.
Thank you, Tricia, for your report. So a couple of clarifications, if you will. When you reference in the follow-ups, the North Oakville design guidelines and the livable design guidelines for tall buildings, as Councillor Parma mentioned, being able to visualize how it will all come together, I think is really critical. 20 years from now, people are going to look back and say, hopefully we've created a great community versus what were you thinking? But when I looked at the language of what was written, it doesn't really reflect a phrase that's in other reports, which is providing interesting and innovative design and built form. Do you have any information on, is the architecture going to be different than what you had in your report? Are they still working on it? Can you comment on that?
For you, Mr. Mayor, we have had several meetings with the architect and the district group. They definitely are spending an incredible amount of time working on the design, and I apologize. Those words definitely should have been in my report, in my presentation. So this is a big site, not in size, but it's a big site in that like two large towers will really change the landscape for quite some time in this area. So we are working with them to enhance the product that they brought forward, and it's one of the reasons why my slide deck is a little bit different than my staff report, because the architecture did change from the first circulation to this one. They did address quite a few comments. And what I'm going to do is when I'm done answering some questions here, the applicant I know is online and would probably love to speak to what their intent is. However, I do know that they're looking at a very holistic sort of forestry wooded architecture look on the property, and I have seen quite a few schemes and schematics that show how they would like to bring that forward.
Thank you for that. The other question I have is you use the phrase maximum 20-story several times in your report, and yet the applicant is looking for 30. If in fact they can resolve some of the challenges that the site has, would there be a requirement for affordable housing, and at what percentage would it be set?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one of the bonusing options or community benefit option could definitely be affordable housing. It would be up to the applicant. I think in the official plan, it was maybe 20% or 25% that could be looked at, that could be considered a community benefit. But that is definitely something that we would have to take forward if we are going to be looking at bonusing the height of these towers. And we haven't gotten to those discussions yet because we haven't committed to we haven't fully digested the impacts of going above 20. We're still like I think staff are becoming more comfortable with the idea that 20 makes sense here instead of 15 because of the need to have the transit supportive densities on the west side of Trafalgar, and we're limited here. So in order to do what we say we were going to do in NOSP and everything, we need to look at the proximity to the intersections and say that this site is worthy of 20 stories. At that point, we then need to look and see how high or what is appropriate. Is it a few stories? Is it 25? Is it upwards of 30? And is it on both towers or not?
So thank you for that. And I'm glad that you're thinking long and hard about that 20. Can you help me with Minto? And I may just have missed it. So what approximate heights is Minto proposing?
Jill, can you go back to slide 3 again, please? So through you, Mr. Mayor, the Quartel site has upwards of 25 stories, and that's the Dundas and Trafalgar development that's being built right now. So that is upwards of 25. And if you go to the top 2 stars there, those the north site is almost site plan approved, and it is coming in at 22 stories. So that is 7 stories of bonus because they are not near, they're not right on the intersections, and they didn't want to go up to 30. So they were, they kind of, when we came in at the board hearing for these sites, we maxed them out at 15 stories, knowing that the site at Threshing Mill will be higher, 20 stories max, and then be able to bonus up to 30. So those 2 towers there are 20 stories and 14 stories. And then if you come down to Wheat Boom, to the 3rd star down, we have 20 and 14 stories off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure. So there's 2 towers in there, 20 and 14. The MSHI building on Dundas has an 18 story component. So there is allowances at the intersections on Minto for max 20 straight as of right, and then upwards of 30.
So thank you for going back through that for me. That actually gives me a visual. Is there any assessment on the impact on the natural heritage system with all of this development?
That was provided through the Minto development came in 2012, and that environmental impact report was done then and revised a couple times with regards to the realignment of the creek to look at that impact. And then as well, the environmental impact report has just been updated for this site and was submitted in October, and the final review of that has not come in yet.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. You've sparked additional questioners, or at any rate, additional councillors have joined the queue. But we're going to finish the first queue with Councillor Grant now, and then we'll go to Councillor Chisholm and Councillor Robertson, and anyone else who may signal questions.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that Councillor Sandu brought up all those questions about the natural heritage system, because that was a concern I had. But also one thing that kind of going back to slide 3, that allowed me to swallow the height of the buildings is the fact that that was right on top of that blue T that you have on slide 3. But the height of the buildings, and I guess I don't need comment for this, so I'm just going to put it as a continued concern, is that 30 stories seems a little high. So I'm going to push that forward. And also, I'm just concerned about the fact that, we are now just getting Trafalgar Road set up in such a way, and yet we are now talking about how we can try and get this adjusted in some way for new buildings that go in there. 20 stories, 20 stories seems really high. I don't know. I mean, it's not a question, I guess. It's just more a comment.
For you, Mr. Mayor, are you also wondering about the widening of Trafalgar with the region?
Well, I am, and I realize that's not your place to work in, but I am concerned about the fact that we are trying to push more people in on this road, and the extra 10 stories is a problem. Making the road wider is a problem, in my mind. So I guess I will leave it at that. And again, I thank Councillor Sandu for her questions. And the problem being the end person asking first questions is that everybody asked what I wanted to ask. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. I'll note that the issue of the appropriate height is already on the staff list of issues being reviewed. And the next is Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Worship. Very good report. Mine's more of a question with respect to, with all these intensification going on, Trafalgar Road, the heights and so forth, and I think we all know that's a challenge for us, and now we're increasing the population. Is there any consideration, and Tricia, I'm not sure if you can answer this, is there any consideration to look at the redesign of that intersection of Dundas and Trafalgar in the future?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the design of, or the any works that are coming for that intersection will be done as the next phase of Trafalgar Road, which is Dundas to just south of the 407. And that, I understand, is supposed to start, well, right now, the region has planned it to start at the end of 2021. Construction. That's a 2-year construction project, and that includes the culvert south of Dundas on Trafalgar. So if they are planning to do any more works on that intersection, I would assume they're going to do it through that construction schedule. However, I am not aware of any updated plans that would change the environmental assessment that was completed 5 years ago. And as far as I was, in my understanding, the construction and improvements made to that intersection were done with the Dundas Street Works. The region has a policy not to go beyond 6 lanes in their official plan right now. And at that point, I'm not sure what more they would have on the books for that intersection until they take another good look at it.
I guess my challenge has always been an intensification of bringing in more people in a compressed area. They all have vehicles, and we don't have a lot of room to build new roads, and that's what my concern is right now. And you take your life into that intersection now, trying to navigate it. So I see potential issues and challenges with that whole intersection, and Trafalgar being a straightaway. Another challenge we have south of Dundas down to the QEW. Now we're expanding that, so it's becoming a major, I guess, thoroughfare highway, and that's a lot of concerns I have with that. The other one is a little bit out there question with respect to the height, or all these potential developments in height. And Councillor No might be able to answer this one. With flight paths and noise, has there been any consideration with respect to the height of these buildings? I know flight paths we have in that proximity. Would there be any concern about noise factors of planes coming in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have not, from what I understand, we have not been identified as within a noise restriction area for flight paths. We did not have any of those issues come up with the Cortel site, which has the 25-story building right down on the south of this site. So if those are concerns that are coming up in the near future, we haven't had them be addressed. We haven't had them come up yet on current applications or policy work that we're doing for this area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you for all the feedback from everyone. Thank you, Ms. Collingwood, and thank you for Mr. Longo, Councillor Longo, bringing up the energy strategy. Very happy to hear that. My question in terms of whether we go 20 stories to 30 stories in terms of design addresses balconies. When things are built that high, do we still have balconies in the plans? I have a real problem right now, I guess, given lockdown, that people haven't access to get some fresh air from wherever they live. And is that part of our strategy long-term to do out balconies?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you brought up with the current pandemic. That is something that our urban designers are really focused on right now. Not just with apartment buildings, but also stack towns where they're looking at having a subgrade units. So that is something we're concerned about, as well as terraced areas that can be enjoyed. This site is starting to look at incorporating some of that stuff as well, and we'll be looking at that in the future. With regards to balconies, yes, I have not seen an application even in even Mississauga and Toronto. I've not heard of or seen an application that is limited based on height. They're definitely, I think the size of the balconies is something that is taken into consideration a little bit more. However, we've not started restricting it based on height here at the town of Oakville. And the one thing that I did mention in my report was overlook and privacy issues on adjacent properties, and that is something that we still are yet to address with regards to ultimate maximum height of this building.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Knoll, welcome to the question line.
Thank you. That was very quick and efficient calling of my name. A couple points. First of all, just to comment quickly on Councillor Chisholm's question about flight path. The flight path that is the most problematic in that area is actually so much to the south of that. So it's it flies basically along the pipeline corridor. So it won't be as significant. Also, coming out of COVID, when air traffic resumes, there are going to be a number of mitigating factors that were being worked on prior to COVID that will be implemented, and that should have some impact. That were part of the 6 big ideas, as well as some other initiatives that are taking place. So stay tuned for that. On the project itself, I'm wondering, can Section 37 money be used to, say, for example, build a pedestrian bridge over Dundas? I know we've asked for that a few times over the years, and it's at Palermo and as well at Dundas and Trafalgar. I'm wondering if that's a potential use of Section 37 money, because it sure would help create a greater connection between the two sides of Dundas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and in another application, we're looking at streetscaping as a community benefit. So I wouldn't see why, especially with the warrants along Trafalgar and Dundas and the intersection. The issue with above grade overpasses is land and where you tie them in. So those are usually the big issues, but taking a look at that as a community benefit can definitely be added to the list.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you for adding that. The other one is, and I apologize if this is actually in the report, I only thought of this earlier today, and I meant to dig through and see if it was in there. Has there been any consideration given to greater requirements around electrical connections for electric vehicles? I know that we had talked about doing that a while ago, and it was more of a, when we first, I think, started having this conversation, electric vehicles were more of a rarity, and now they're becoming so common and popular. I'm curious if we're actually working towards insisting that both the electrical infrastructure as well as the physical infrastructure is in place for what is becoming a rapidly growing area around electric vehicles.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and several bylaws I've worked on, including the Minto one across the street, I have worked with the applicant to include at least the roughed-in infrastructure for electric vehicles, and then it is up to the condo corporation to ensure that it's installed. There are other sites that just want to put it in right away. So we are seeing some traction with that, and we'll be working with this developer to do the same.
Is there a way to go beyond just asking for the rough-in and actually requiring it? Because again, when you put the onus on the condo corporation, often cases, those organizations find themselves short of cash or willingness or whatever the case is, and suddenly it gets dusted off into a corner somewhere, as opposed to being an active feature of these properties. And also, when you talk about infrastructure, are we also talking about amperage, sufficient amperage in order to accommodate future needs as well, as opposed to just the wiring?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So one thing I understand from our zoning department is we cannot require. Now, I have done it. In the past, I have done it before, and required 10% of the parking to be electrical. So as long as the developer is okay with it, be going into the bylaw, because we cannot require it and mandate it. One of the concerns also is that if the condo corp wants to take it out, they will. So if they don't want it there, we don't have any way to stop them from doing that. So it's a process that we're still trying to sort out, and how we ensure that it stays. But you are correct. One thing I hadn't thought of before is making sure that the building not just has the rough-in, but can support it when it is in.
That's a big challenge. I know I've asked the question of the Oakville Hydro folks a few times, and the infrastructure and the pad transformers in some of the neighborhoods will not be sufficient in future, because as these things become more and more common. So if you could look into that and put that on the list, I'd appreciate it. I'm anxious to see how that goes.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Planning Director, oh, wait. We have Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Collingwood, briefly, does Wheat Boom, is it going to cross Trafalgar to the west?
Yes, it does. It does cross. I cannot recall if it's going to be called Wheat Boom when it crosses Trafalgar, but it does cross.
All right, tying into one of the points that you already have briefly, there are 4 or 5 properties that could be developed or assembled, or a gas station that may be repurposed in the future. And the thought of right in, right out terrifies me, quite frankly, with the future development there. So I'm anxious to see whether we can have some sort of service lane or service road, or have the developers pay for dedicated U-turn lanes just in terms of safety. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, just quickly, well, Councillor Chisholm actually asked my question about the timeline for the widening of Trafalgar. I have in my notes it's summer 2022, so if that could just come back in the report. And then also if you could include the frequency of current transit that's available. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Planning Director, I still can't call on you. Councillor Sandu is back.
I'm sorry, I just have one other quick comment. You did mention it earlier, Ms. Collingwood. I just wanted to understand whether we have a timeline on the culverts going in and how that would interplay with the development. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I have the culvert, as I said, is part of phase 2 of Trafalgar Road, which is north of Dundas to south of 407. However, my understanding is that project starts at the 407 and works south. So it doesn't start at Dundas and go north. I do not have a clear answer or at this time of where the culvert fits into that schedule. So if it's happening concurrently with them starting north and working south, great. Then it's at the beginning of the schedule, either the end of 2021 or the middle of 2022, as Councillor Palmer noted. But I do not have a firm response on that one yet.
Thank you for that. Perhaps that's another one for the Planning Director, Mayor Britton. Thank you.
Councillor, do you want to say again?
Perhaps that's another one for the Planning Director, Mayor Britton, but other than that, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've been surprised every time I started to say that, so I'm going to ask again if there's councillors. And then I've just received a bulletin from the clerks. I was successful in getting someone in the public to phone in to share their comments or issues. And I'm about to ask the clerk to bring in the delegation.
So the delegation is Wanda Critchin.
Ms. Critchin, Council welcomes you and looks forward to your information. Ms. Critchin, if you can hear me, the clerk is having trouble unmuting you. I'm just wondering, without any expertise to back this up, are you muting yourself? And if so, do you want to unmute, hit the unmute part of your screen too? All right, Council, we lost her. She is perhaps phoning back in. Remember, the traditional way of fixing problems with Windows was to reboot. And so while we wait for her, we'll hear from the Planning Director with a preliminary list of what he's decided to add from listening to all of our questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Planning Director.
Mayor Burton. Staff are to review the existing and proposed Oakville and GO transit frequency at this location. Staff are to consider the alignment of this proposal with the community energy plan. Staff should consider the ability for the commercial uses to be located in this area and the appropriateness of that. Staff are to report back on the inclusion of affordable housing units as part of the bonusing potential for this site. Staff should investigate flight path information and report back in the final report. Can staff report back as to whether Section 37 of the Planning Act can be used to provide a pedestrian crossover as part of the community benefit agreement or sort of bonusing agreement? Can staff report back on what the developer is proposing with respect to electric vehicle charging stations? And staff are to provide a timeline of the installation of the culverts at Dundas and Trafalgar and the timing of this development.
And there was another one to look at the appropriateness of a service lane with regard to the practicality of a right in, right out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planning Director. Did we forget anything? Any member of council not hear your item go on the list? All right. Let me just check with the clerk about our delegation. Has our delegation reappeared? We're going to do a little, the clerk is doing a little bit of checking here, council. If you want to step away for a glass of water.
She's just coming back in.
She's just coming back in. Don't go away for your glass of water. Ms. Gretchen, council looks forward to hearing your information. Please begin. We think you're on the line. Can you speak up? Let's test.
Can you hear me?
We hear you perfectly, and I'm so glad we
Oh,
waited.
hello. And I'm sorry. First of all, I'd like to just thank the councilors, the mayor, and the planners for actually letting a citizen speak. So I'm going to be very quick. I understand the councilors have raised a lot of the concerns that I have. I should explain. I'm a resident in Ward 6, and I live south of Dundas, just east of Trafalgar, north of the gas pipeline. So this is my neighborhood, and I'm looking at the 24-story towers being built. I've had a long discourse with the planning department regarding that particular development. So there's just a couple of other issues I'd like to point out. Number one, someone referenced that no one from the public attended a meeting that the developer may have raised. Well, the public is not being adequately notified. There's a really bylaw requirement that you only notify people who live within 440 feet of a development. It's 30 years old. It needs to be changed because clearly the massive developments we're having impact people more than 440 feet away from these developments. So I'd like council to take that on. The second thing is that with respect to the transportation, I've actually met with planning from the region on this whole Trafalgar Road issue, which many of the councillors raised. Right now it is unsafe as a pedestrian to cross Trafalgar Road. I've lived here for 18 years. I never in my life would say that until the last year or so. So the planning of volume of traffic was based on the existing plans, which I understand looked at towers of 15 to 20 stories. You people are now talking about 25 to 30. Once you let one tower be 25 or 30, they're all going to want to be that. And the impact on the environment, on the existing citizens, is going to not be positive. It's not going to make me live in a livable Oakville. The next issue is you're also not making some false assumptions that everything in the post-pandemic world, everyone's going to rocket over to public transit. Well, that clearly has not materialized. Thankfully, some of the economy has come back, but I think all of this, including the density levels that you are looking at, need to be revisited, because some people mentioned working from home. Well, not everyone has the luxury of working from home. So I think you need to expand your horizons that way. Secondly, people don't trust public transit. You're going to have a heck of a time getting people on public transit with the pandemic and post-pandemic. So that needs to be considered. The other thing you need to consider is the environment. Noise pollution, it was mentioned with respect to planes. I live in that corridor, Mr. Knoll and Mr. Adams, where these jets, I can read their logos coming over my patio. I don't appreciate that. Now, I'd also like to be able to still look at the sky. Right now, when I look to the west, to the sunset, I can still see some of the sky, but now these towers are starting. So you may be, in fact, blockading whole areas from the sight of the simple thing of the sky. So you need to think about that. And that's my other big beef. You continue to approve all these developments, yet I see nothing. I see no new rec centers being built. I see no new libraries being built. They're talked about in plans, but they're not addressing the needs of the citizens up here in Ward 6, 7, and 5. The latest rec center was built down in the south end. They don't need it. We need it up here. So I'm asking councillors to look at that. So if you're talking about throwing up towers of 30, 30, 30, 30, I would strongly suggest that's not viable. It's also not healthy. And I would like to know what the impact is on the air pollution levels that will be created by all the vehicles that you are apparently allowing, should you allow the densities of height to continue to be over and above what even you decided in your plan would have been reasonable. So those are some of the issues that I'd like addressed, and it ties into health, because health is a huge issue. I do not understand why the Officer of Public Health is not consulted on massive development to determine, does it have an impact on the health of citizens, meaning access to health care, quality of the air they breathe, quality of water. So that's another issue I think that you would respectfully ask you to address. And last but not least, I would ask you to address the environment. You thankfully all wrote a letter about the changes being proposed to the conservation authorities, and yet we're already talking here about a major diversion of Morrison Creek to support development. Well, that doesn't seem very environmental to me, so I would strongly urge that any encroachment on the already paltry, and I repeat paltry, parkland that exists in the new developed area, that be kept in mind. People need access to outdoor space, and we've really learned that the hard way in the pandemic. And I think the planning here is very short-sighted. I'd like to know what are the new parks, libraries, and rec centers that all these people in these new towers are going to access the minute they move in. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for bringing your information to council. Are there any questions, councillors? Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Planning Director, did you catch anything to add?
With respect to planning matters, I did not, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Councillor Adams, are you the mover of the report?
Yes, I'll happily move the recommendation of our staff on the matter to take the issues. I just want to clarify on, there were a number of issues that were raised by the resident just a minute ago, which I think many of them are captured in the list of issues that our staff are going to report back. And I just didn't want the resident to feel that what she had said hadn't been heard or hadn't been considered within the discussion and the materials that were put forward. I do know, for example, the issues around the height and the traffic densities that are going to be created are parts of the things that our staff are going to be reporting back and are included in the issues list that they've written.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor, I thought she was reinforcing many of the points that you members of council raised. So it's Councillor Haslett-Deal.
I understood that the developer was here and perhaps was going to share a design. Is that something we could see?
I believe that is possible. Mr. Cavan, are you on the line? I'm sorry, Councillor. He's no longer on the line. I would suggest you wait. We have him back. I will just add that anyway. It's Mr. Cavan. Welcome to the meeting. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Mayor Vernon and members of council. Yes, I'm Jacob Cavan with Corsiac Urban Planning, and we are the planning consultants for district developments, the owner of this site. Apologies, we don't have a presentation planned for today. I don't have screen sharing capabilities. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. I just wanted to make one quick point of clarification in regards to the stacked parking. The stacked parking was originally part of the first submission when we were only contemplating 4 levels of underground parking. Since that time, our client has elected to go down an additional level. And now our parking is, we are providing what we believe is adequate parking, the visitor parking space as well as the residential parking spaces. So we will likely not be moving forward with the stacked parking provision. And the second thing I wanted to bring up is that our client district has now a number of properties in Oakville, and they are committed to working in partnership with town staff and with the town to providing high quality, high design developments. And that being said, we've worked diligently with town staff to address comments received to date. And thank you everyone for your comments today. We will do the same after this meeting. We'll work with staff to address the comments we received. And hopefully we'll be back in front of you in the not too distant future for a development that everyone, I think, can be proud about. So I'll leave it there. And if anyone wants to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Cavan. Councillor Grant and then Councillor Adams.
Well, I think 2 major issues that came up was the height of the building, and then also what we can do to allow for affordable living. Can you provide comment for that?
Yeah, so I think Trisha's presentation did a really good job identifying and speaking to the fact that the Trafalgar corridor was always intended to be a high density corridor. And further to that, to provide transit supportive densities. I know we spent a little bit of time speaking about that today. But then also the site in itself does have many attributes that would allow itself to be appropriate for height. Specifically the fact that 3 of its 4 property boundaries abut non-developable lands. So we will continue to work with staff through their evaluation of the project in determining whether or not the height is appropriate. Yeah. And sorry, what was the second one? Affordable housing, I believe. So again, as Trish discussed, affordable housing is one of the community benefits that potentially could be used through a bonusing agreement. It is too early to, or conversations haven't started to date. Based on that, we are still very much in the evaluation portion of the process. And I guess once we are in a position to move forward, those discussions with our client can be started.
Okay, well, that's kind of unfortunate to have. It's not a bad answer. It's just not an answer. But thank you for that. As for height, again, I know that when we were talking about the buildings that were coming up on Trafalgar and Dundas, it was good to at least think that the buildings are being put that high because of the transit corridor. And there's actually a real transit stop at that place. So for you to ask for at least, I think it's 6 stories or 4, 5 stories higher, where it's not on top of some place where it actually has a transit corridor, it's feeling kind of like a bitter pill for me. But again, our planners know about my concerns, so.
Thank you, Councillor. It is the point of the meeting to assemble the issues list, not necessarily to negotiate them live and in color. Councillor Adams, it's your turn.
Thanks very much. And we have identified the issue of both the density and the height here. And I wondered if there had been some consideration to whether the same density could be accommodated without additional height.
The town has urban design guidelines that provide pretty, I guess, what you call strict massing permissions. So what we're trying to do with the taller, more point tower building is provide a slim, slender floor plate so that the taller building would have, the shadows would track quicker across the ground, while at the same time providing for more visually pleasing skyline. Densities could be provided for, with a lower, the same density could be achieved with a lower tower height, but that's something that would have to be reviewed and discussed with staff.
Okay, thank you. So you're saying that's on a design side issue with the town. And then, so I'll leave that with our staff then to consider, because I know when we went through the discussions about North Oakville, one of the prime points of discussion was the concept of trying to build a lower rise, higher density kind of format. It was one of the major issues, stumbling blocks in the debate over North Oakville was the need to create transit-friendly densities and a desire to do so in a, I'll call it Parisian style of lower rise format. And I am increasingly seeing high rise development style being the only way of getting the densities. And I think that's a little bit contrary to the debate and discussion that we had 15 years ago when we went through the North Oakville discussions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sandu.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. It might actually be a question or a comment back to staff for the line of discussion that we've just had. Can we get a better indication whether a potential drop in height would change a density requirement? Where I'm trying to go here is we specifically in Ward 7 don't want a situation where we have dropped the height a significant portion around an area like this where there are no detached homes. and then place that density in the middle of a subdivision where there are detached homes and single units or semis, so that they're in someone's backyard and cause those privacy problems that we've been seeing thus far, even in our ward. So I'd like to see where that discussion leads from a staff perspective and maybe get some more information on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for one thing, we have design guidelines that set the floor plate for towers. So we don't permit towers above 12 stories to go, to increase in mass and be big slab buildings anymore. So that definitely decreases the opportunity to lower the height. Even just 5-10 stories, it doesn't permit it. If you drop the height significantly, we also have separation distances between towers. So on a site like this, where the towers are fairly close together, you now have, you've dropped the massing and your massing is too big. It's maximum, or it's going above and beyond, exceeding floor plates, and they're now too close together. So we do have an issue both ways, and it can be looked at. I mean, there's also other opportunities to look at size of units as well. Those are things we're still working out, but those are the two issues on one site, would be floor plates and separation distances. In addition, your other comment was, could be moved to another site, and that is my issue. So that is something I raised earlier. It's something we look at all over Oakville with regards to established neighborhoods. And to me, with North Oakville, we have a set population target. And if you start to chip away at the integrity of the Trafalgar urban core, that density has to go somewhere if we're not achieving the target, because our densities in our neighborhoods are lower than what we expected. So we have to make it up in other areas, and the Trafalgar urban corridor is an area that is designated for it.
Thank you for that, Ms. Collingwood. I think Councillor Palmer and I will agree that that's not something that we want or our constituency wants at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. As Ms. Collingwood pointed out in her presentation, Official Plan Amendment 321, I believe was the number, was Council's, Council enacted that in order to make sure that we achieved our targets on Trafalgar Road. So that's a live element in this mix too. All right, I'm going to ask if there's any objection to Councillor Adams' motion to receive the report and the list as enumerated by the planning director. Councillor Sanju, you object? Councillor Sanju?
Sorry, Mayor Burton, I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly. Did you want a motion to receive the report?
Oh, Councillor Adams gave us that motion earlier.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
It was some time ago. It's easy to understand how we could not.
A little cracking on my end. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, on that, there's no objection and the motion is carried. Thank you, everybody. Council, you have 3 more hearings, and you do not have 3¼ hours. You don't have an hour and a quarter each left in your meeting agenda tonight. So you may want to stick to questions that bear directly on the application being considered if you want to get through here without extending the hour. Now, if we turn our attention together to item number 2, we have the same kind of report. This is a public meeting report, and it is a issue identification meeting. It's not a debate. It's what you think the issues are. And the staff have a presentation, and they will identify the issues they think they're aware of, and then we will then ask you if there are any issues you would like to add to the report. And if we can turn our attention now to Leslie Gilwoods, the Acting Manager of Policy Planning and Heritage, and Carly Dodds, the Policy Planner. The staff will update the public so they understand what we're asking about.
Good evening, Mayor Burton and members of council. I'm here to provide an introduction to items 2 and 3 on tonight's agenda, which relate to the hospital district and the northwest area of Oakville, including an expanded Palermo Village growth area. These are statutory public meetings about 2 proposed official plan amendments that relate to studies completed as part of the town's ongoing official plan review. And they relate to a number of important conversations we're having locally and regionally about where and how forecasted growth will be accommodated over the long term. We're here to provide information about the proposed official plan amendments and to listen to input from the public and council. Recommendation reports will be brought forward in the new year, and we'll be asking council to make a decision then, not tonight. Next slide, please. So this number is going to appear again. I just wanted to bring it up now because there will be an opportunity for members of the public to speak to each item. I have a number of introductory slides, and then Carly's going to take over and talk about item 2. So you'll see this slide again. We just wanted to let anybody watching at home live know that they can have an opportunity to call in and speak to these items. Next slide, please. So I wanted to acknowledge that some people watching at home might be new to these conversations and what we're doing here through the official plan review, and the thinking around how and where we grow in the years ahead. So I wanted to just take some time to set the table, so to speak, and to provide some background. So this slide shows the land use planning context or hierarchy as it applies in the province of Ontario and to the town of Oakville. In particular, the province sets the rules for land use planning through the Planning Act, and the provincial policy statement, which was just updated again this year, provides key direction on land use planning matters that affect communities, including issues such as the efficient use of land and the management of land and infrastructure. Provincial plans, such as the growth plan, provide more specific direction for specific areas of the province, and that's key for us, and you'll hear more about that later. Our upper tier municipality here in Oakville is the region of Halton. So Halton includes the local municipalities of Oakville, Burlington, Milton, and Halton Hills, and Halton Region's official plan sets the land use planning vision for that entire area. And Halton Region's official plan has to be consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform to any applicable provincial plans like the growth plan or the Greenbelt plan. The regional official plan, like our plan, is currently under review. Locally, Town Council has its own official plan documents that set out detailed land use policies for Oakville. They're also under review, and our official plan must conform to the region's official plan, be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and conform to the provincial plans. I've listed the zoning bylaw here too, just because I wanted to make clear that it's a separate document that sets out regulations for land use, and it has to be in conformity with our official plan. I also want to reiterate that we're only talking about proposed local official plan policies tonight. But first, I want to spend a bit of time talking about each element in this hierarchy that applies to us here in Oakville. Next slide, please. The key provincial document that I wanted to talk about is A Place to Grow, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. This plan sets a vision for where and how population and employment growth should be accommodated in the urban areas surrounding the west end of Lake Ontario. This slide shows Schedule 2 of that plan, and it identifies transportation and transit corridors, built-up areas, designated greenfield areas where growth can happen, as well as urban growth centers, like Midtown Oakville, where higher concentrations of growth are supposed to happen. Next slide, please. The growth plan requires upper-tier municipalities like Halton Region and lower-tier municipalities like the town of Oakville to plan for forecasted population and employment growth, or people and jobs, now to the year 2051. Sorry, I have to move my screen. So here's where I like to say that people are coming. We are not having a conversation about if we grow. We're talking about where and how. So that discussion happens provincially, regionally, and locally, the where and the how. So the where and the how is set out in the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And they have a forecasted population number of people forecasted by 2051 for the total Greater Golden Horseshoe of 14.8 million people. That is approximately the total population of the province right now, to put that into context. The region of Halton is forecasted to grow to 1.1 million people by the year 2051, and with 500,000 jobs. Right now, I think the region is hovering around 600,000 people, and the town of Oakville is just over 200,000 people. The other thing I like to mention here, just to put things into context in terms of timeframes and where we all might be living in the year 2051. So 30 years ago, I was a teenager, now I'm middle-aged with teenagers. In 2051, my teenagers will be middle-aged and may have teenagers of their own. So think about where you might be living and how we all might be living, but the bottom line is the people are coming. Next slide, please. So now we're going to take a look at Halton region. So this map shows the entire area of Halton region, and I've highlighted the local municipalities within the region here for you. This is map 1 from the region's official plan that shows, among other things, the extensive natural heritage system. You can see that in green, so that's protected natural areas, and the existing urban area, which is shown in yellow. And that's where Halton has planned to accommodate growth to the year 2031. So as I mentioned, the region's in the midst of an official plan review, or what is called a municipal comprehensive review when it's a regional official plan review. The regional council has to make decisions about where and how to grow to the year 2051 in conformity with provincial policies. And in particular, how much of its forecasted growth is allocated to each of the municipalities, including Oakville. Several important local planning projects that define growth and intensification and urban structure will inform the region's work. Next slide, please. So this slide just takes a closer look at the south end of Halton. So I wanted you to see the regional designations that apply to Oakville in particular. So you can see the yellow is our urban area. The greens are natural heritage system. You can see some blue dots that are an overlay. They're an employment area overlay that applies. And now I want you to start focusing on Northwest Oakville, because that's the focus of our items tonight. And I also want to mention here that as part of the regional official plan review, regional staff have been directed to prepare an initial regional official plan amendment to address certain strategic local municipal planning priorities related to urban structure. To the extent appropriate at this stage of the regional official plan review, it's ongoing. For Oakville, this means confirming urban structure elements as defined in the town's official plan amendment number 15, and limited employment land conversions related to key growth nodes. This initial scoped regional official plan amendment, or ROPA, is expected to be tabled by regional planning staff in early 2021. So this speaks to the ongoing coordination that's required between the town and the region. Changes to the regional official plan that reflect our urban structure must be in effect before our proposed local official plan amendments can be considered for regional approval. So there's a bit of a back and forth conversation going on here. The region needs to accommodate growth. We have an urban structure that says we'd like growth to happen here. And then these more detailed studies that you're going to hear more about tonight that say, and this is how it could happen within our urban structure. Next slide, please. So now, looking locally, I wanted to remind everybody who may not know, our local official plan is actually 2 documents. Oops, sorry. And so one of the objectives of our local official plan review is to have a single local official plan document that applies to the entire town. So a first step here is to look at the Northwest area and how to bring that area into the livable Oakville plan. As stated at the start of our official plan review, we are working to consolidate and harmonize the town documents under the local plan and to ensure conformity with updated provincial legislation and Halton's regional official plan. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the town's adopted urban structure, which has three primary objectives: to protect, maintain, and direct. So it protects things like the natural heritage system and cultural heritage resources. It maintains established areas, and it directs the majority of required growth to an interconnected system of nodes and corridors supported by public transit. And that you can see in the sort of dark pinkish purple color. And next slide, please. We're going to take a bit of a closer look at the Northwest area. That's our focus tonight. So in the Northwest area, the key urban structure elements are nodes and corridors, which you can see is the pinkish purple color that already applies to Palermo Village south of Dundas Street, and also the special study area or Palermo Village North Urban Core area north of Dundas Street. There's also a proposed nodes and corridors identified on the intersection of Regional Road 25 or Bronny Road and Dundas Street West, and also in the area of the hospital. We also have a proposed regional transit node identified at the intersection of Dundas and Bronny Road. And we have regional transit priority corridors along Dundas Street and Bronny Road. There's the natural heritage system shown in green that you can see there, and employment areas shown in blue. There's also parks and open space. You can see Palermo Park and what will be the Northwest Sports Fields north of William Halton Parkway, adjacent to the natural heritage system. Next slide, please. So our subject lands for items 1 and 2 tonight are shown here. Again, just reiterating what you've seen throughout the slides before this, we've got the hospital district being discussed in item 2, and then the Northwest area and an expanded Palermo Village growth node for item 3. Next slide, please. This slide just shows the official plan amendment approval process that these 2 items will be following. So tonight, as I mentioned, it's the statutory public meeting. We're here to listen, to hear input from council and the public. After this meeting, we'll review the matters raised by the public and in written submissions. And as a standard practice, the Director of Planning will be providing us with a list of those issues at the end of this meeting so that we're all on the same page. We'll also have opportunities to meet with landowners on request. And then we'll be making any necessary revisions to the draft official plan amendments and preparing a recommendation report. The target for that report on each of these items is March 2021. And then, if adopted, we'll provide the necessary documentation to Halton Region. And as I flagged before, Halton Region would not be able to approve the amendments until the necessary changes have been made to their regional official plan to recognize the urban structure elements like our nodes. The defined nodes for hospital district and Palermo Village in particular, and then there's some issues with employment lands there. So, but the region did approve our urban structure, so we expect, again, it's an ongoing conversation, and this is what we're proposing for how Oakville will receive some of the growth that they have to allocate. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to pass it over to Carly Dodds. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Good evening. This is the statutory public meeting for the hospital district study draft official plan amendment. Next slide, please. And this is our participation slide that you've already seen, but if you're watching the live stream and wish to speak on this item, please call the number shown here. Next slide, please. So the hospital district study area is located north of Dundas Street at 3rd Line and has an approximate area of 75 hectares. Next slide, please. The hospital district study area is currently designated employment area in the North Oakville West secondary plan. So that's the yellow color that you're seeing on this figure. In addition, the area around the hospital has been recognized since 2009 when the plan was approved as unique through its identification as a health-oriented mixed-use node. So that's the asterisk that you're seeing in the middle of the study area boundary. Next slide, please. The adoption of the town-wide urban structure via OPA 15, which Leslie spoke about, further confirmed this by identifying the area around the hospital as a node for further study. So you can see that indicated with the red star. This indicated that the lands were distinctive and that further study was required to establish a more detailed area-specific plan for this area. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the North Oakville West Secondary Plan identified the area around the hospital as a health-oriented mixed-use node dating back to 2009, which is shown in this timeline, the first square here. In 2017, the urban structure then identified the area as a node for further study. The hospital district study was then initiated in 2018 to address that need for further study and establish an appropriate boundary, providing directions on the planned character, scale, mix of uses, and intensity of growth at this location. In 2019, Sejeki Planning was then retained to complete the hospital district study itself and prepare an area-specific plan to implement that study. In the fall of 2019, a public workshop was held to gain feedback from the public and landowners on 2 preliminary options for the hospital district. Based on the feedback received at this workshop, along with the consultant's supplementary work and technical studies, the area-specific plan was finalized by Sejeki Planning in October of this year. Town staff have prepared a draft official plan amendment based on the consultant-prepared area-specific plan, which brings us to today's statutory public meeting. Town staff will be documenting and considering all comments and feedback received at today's meeting before a recommended OPA is brought back to council, likely in Q1 of 2021, which Leslie also spoke about. Next slide, please. So the proposed OPA proposes to define a boundary for the actual hospital district growth area. It moves the hospital district from the 1984 official plan and North Oakville West secondary plan into the Livable Oakville plan framework. So that, again, Leslie spoke to bringing those 2 plans into one in this area. It introduces growth area policies for the hospital district via introducing a new section 26 into the Livable Oakville plan that would be specific to this area. It introduces a new land use schedule for the hospital district and in the Livable Oakville plan, and makes updates to existing Livable Oakville schedules and policies to recognize the new hospital district growth area. Next slide, please. The new Section 26 hospital district follows the same structure as the Livable Oakville plan's other growth areas. The goal of the hospital district is to be an employment-focused, compact, mixed-use, transit-supportive urban community that provides for institutional, office, retail and service commercial uses in combination with high-density residential uses in a mid-rise built form. The new section also includes objectives, development concepts, functional policies, land use policies, exceptions, and implementation direction. So in line, again, with the same structure as our other growth areas. Next slide, please. The new land use schedule for the hospital district confirms the growth area boundary and introduces urban core and institutional land use designation. So this is the purple and the orange colors that you're seeing on this schedule. The urban core land use designation, which is the purple, is a mixed use designation permitting a range of uses. The institutional land use designation permits a range of institutional focused uses, as well as residential accommodation associated with those uses. Also identified on the schedule are conceptual stormwater management facility locations, shown in blue, and proposed public roads, which are shown in the gray dashed line. There are 2 exception sites that reflect existing development approvals, shown with the black bullseye. Next slide, please. The North Oakville West Secondary Plan currently has a maximum height of 15 stories. The area-specific plan determined that 12 stories was an appropriate maximum building height for the district, given its location and envisioned function as a health and employment-focused mixed-use node. The OPA proposes a minimum height of 6 stories and a maximum height of 12 stories, with 2 exceptions that reflect existing approvals. So those would be the Phase 1 Oakville Green application, which has a maximum height of 15 stories, and the All Seniors Care approval, which is 4 to 6 stories. Next slide, please. The OPA introduces land use districts in the development concept section of the policies for hospital district. There are 5 districts, and these are based on the precincts established in the area-specific plan. The intent of these districts is to provide opportunities for the hospital district to develop into a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented, and transit-supportive urban community. The 5 districts are structured to provide an appropriate mix in terms of land use and built form between existing and future development within the hospital district. The 4 districts with the urban core designations, the purple color, also have accompanying employment threshold policies that require a percentage of employment uses within the district before non-employment uses are permitted. The percentage is based on gross floor area and implemented through a holding provision in the zoning bylaw. So go into a little bit more detail about each of these different districts. Next slide, please. The institutional district is intended to be the anchor for the hospital district, featuring a large-scale institutional and medical-focused character serving the needs of the town, region, and beyond. Next slide, please. The office-focused district, shown here in blue, the blue outline, is envisioned as a compact mixed-use office park with a focus on prestige office uses and opportunities for assisted living facilities. Attractive gathering spaces for employees and visitors are to be incorporated into the design of all the new development, and active at-grade uses are encouraged. This district has an employment threshold of 50% employment uses. As mentioned, these are based on the thresholds outlined in the area-specific plan. Next slide, please. The transitional district, highlighted here in the yellow outline, is intended to develop as a mixed-use area that provides the largest proportion of non-employment uses. A focus on sustainable building design with an enhanced public realm that highlights the connection to adjacent natural heritage systems and parkland is envisioned. Active at-grade uses are encouraged along William Halton Parkway, Hospital Gate, and Third Line. This district has an employment threshold of 20% employment uses. Next slide, please. The complementary district, shown here with the green outline, is envisioned to have a compact urban campus character with a focus on health-related research and development, technology and engineering. This area will complement the existing hospital with opportunities for civic uses and offices, in addition to commercial and residential uses. The employment threshold for this district is 60% employment uses. Next slide, please. The Innovation District is envisioned to have the largest proportion of employment uses, and this district is highlighted in the blue, the dark blue, with an employment threshold of 65% employment uses. And this factors in the incorporation of the approved Oakville Green Phase 1 development application. The district will accommodate a diverse range of employment opportunities, including innovative business and office uses, technology incubators, pharmaceutical and biotechnology, post-secondary education facilities, hotels and entertainment, in addition to commercial and residential uses. Next slide, please. A minister zoning order was issued by the province in August of this year to support development of long-term care facilities. It applies to the area that is hatched in the black. However, it is anticipated that the long-term care facilities would actually be developed in the area highlighted in yellow. So this is in the office focus district in just to give you some reference to districts that we just went through. This is due to servicing constraints mainly. That area in yellow, it can be serviced right now, whereas the larger area would have to go through functional servicing studies. 512 beds are currently considered for the site within 2 facilities. Next slide, please. To provide some visual reference, this slide just shows the 2D demonstration plan developed by the consultant, Sejeki Planning, for the hospital district. It is conceptual, and it's based on the area-specific plan. Next slide, please. Similarly, this is the 3D demonstration plan, also developed by the consultant based on the area-specific plan. Again, it's conceptual and for illustrative purposes, but it does demonstrate one potential way that the hospital district could be built out over the long term. Next slide, please. So the recommendation being put forward is that the staff report titled Public Meeting Report, Town Initiated Official Plan Amendment, Hospital District, prepared by Planning Services and dated November 2nd be received. That comments from the public with respect to the draft Town Initiated Official Plan Amendment to implement the findings of the hospital district study be received. And that staff consider comments provided by council. So this concludes my presentation, and I will open it up to any comments. But I just wanted to also note that we do have David Sejeki here virtually, who is representing Sejeki Planning, the consultants who prepared the area-specific plan. So if there are any questions related to the ASP specifically, he is available to answer these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dodds and Ms. Woods. I have a speakers list or a questioners list, starting with Councillor Longo, Councillor Elgar, Councillor Adams, and anyone else as the spirit may move you. But we'll start with you three.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Dodds, just a quick question. I guess it's related to on page 57 of the report for item 2, where it talks about the climate change emergency. And I just, as I'd mentioned on a previous file, is there any way of tying it into the community energy plan or the strategy, not the energy plan? And then are there things that can be done? Because I mean, this is a great opportunity with the innovation and all the aspects related to health and the adjacencies. Is there anything that can be done with things like district energy plans, integrating the natural environment? It's talked about, but it would really be good if we could actually make those connections. So the connection to the community energy strategy with how that helps with climate resiliency, climate change resiliency. I think that if we could flush that out, because I think it's a really good opportunity to start this here. What type of materials are being used to make sure that they have minimal greenhouse gas emissions and things like that, and are efficient in how we use and manage energy, as well as things like transportation. How do we lessen the use of automobiles and things like that in this area and surrounding areas? So if that could be noted as one of the matters. And I think, when I talked about the area specific plan, I didn't see that really in a lot of detail. So if that could be connected into that, it would be helpful.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. So climate change is a matter that has been identified, and we're working internally with the Climate Action Section and Donna Hales on how best to incorporate additional policies. So something like your district energy note in the next iteration of this OPA. And I also want to make mention that as part of the official plan review work program, policy staff will be undertaking a climate change discussion paper that will look town-wide and how to improve our existing policies. The region has also recently completed their climate change discussion paper, which will provide some great background as well.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, there are examples that were kind of North American examples. But if there's anything from Europe or other kind of areas around the world that really show that kind of the level of density, but how climate change resiliency has been reinforced, that would be kind of helpful.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you for the report, and also to the link on the bottom of page 58, which referred to an awful lot of appendices that this report referred to. So the first on Appendix F of the report, it was stated, it is likely that there will be a net operating deficit in the early stages of development for each precinct, as the town and region occur operating deficits in the early stages of development for each precinct. And then it goes on about because of the roads, the storm sewer, water, wastewater infrastructure, and limited population, employment base. Can we get the breakdown of that by, I'd say at least every 3 years or 4 years, about how much the residents are going to have to pay to allow this to move forward? Like how many $1 million are going to be on the tax base to get this going?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we can take that back and look into it, and at the next meeting, be able to address some of those comments for you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that the honesty is in the report stated. Like, there's going to be a big initial bump because this is, from what I've read, a 20-year long-term project. So I appreciate that. Now, with regards to the population and everything that everything is based on, in Appendix F, it states that there's like 6,000, approximately 6,000 apartment units. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Burton. At full build out, the area specific plan expects the hospital district to accommodate approximately 6,800 residents and 10,600 jobs. So that's at full build out.
Okay, which is now in the Appendix F, it also states that they talk about 6,000 apartment units, 275,600 square meters of retail and office space, and then another 292,800 square meters of institutional. So, which brings to the point where you said it's what, 6,856 people, right? In apartments or in apartment buildings, right?
Through you, Mayor Burton, 6,800 is the anticipated number of people, residents in a variety of different unit types, but in a high density form, that's mid-rise.
Right. So 6,000 apartment units, it gives you 6,856 people, right? That's what's in the two reports?
I don't have the number that's in Appendix F offhand right now in terms of the unit numbers. It's anticipated to have 6,800 residents, but it would depend on those site-specific applications.
Okay, on urban metrics, page 4, it states overall the draft land use scenarios envisions the development of over 6,000 apartment units. And then it goes on with the numbers. So, which got me interested that the ratios seem really funny. If we're going to have 6,000 units and 6,800 people, that's like 1.14 people per unit. So I went into it a little deeper and then went to Appendix J, which has population and employment densities, okay? When I did that adding, funny enough, I only came up with 4,797 units, and I'm missing a lot of units because the report on F says 6,000 apartments, but the details only show 4,797. And something just doesn't work.
Through you, Mayor Burton,
we will take that. Explain.
We'll take that back and sort that out for you. Thank you.
So it's because something is fundamentally flawed if in fact 6,000 apartment units are the correct number, which are what's stated in Appendix F, and they've only got 4,797 on Appendix J, which has got all the details, and that's supposedly their final report is what it states. But it gets more interesting because then I go again back to the experts in this report on page 4, and it has totally different numbers for precinct 4. Like I've gone through precinct 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing works on precinct 4. Like their numbers for what's going to be the population absolutely does not correlate with any of the numbers on the population details of the J appendice. and nor does it for the employment either. Like there's something fundamentally flawed between Appendix J and Appendix F, which are supposedly the details which made up the staff report we have with all the numbers. So I would really like a detailed report of what happened here and how this can get corrected, because everything is driven on, depending on bedroom or two bedroom and people per unit, nothing relates. Nothing in the Appendix F relates with anything to do with Appendix J. So we've got a major problem here with numbers. So I'd really like to get that sorted out before it comes back to us.
Through you, Mayor Burton. Yeah, absolutely. We will take that back.
Okay, now if we go to the long-term care that we're talking about, now these are units, as I understand, like I think it was 512, I heard you say in your report?
Through you, Mayor Burton, yes. 512 beds.
Okay, and none of these are public. This is going to be farmed out for the private for-profit direction, right? It's all going to be private?
Through you, Mayor Burton, I don't have the details of how they will be functioning or operating, but it is 2 facilities, long-term care facilities with 512 beds that is anticipated.
I think I read somewhere that it's going to be private. It's going to be farmed out, like shopped out for the private industry to look after it, which is kind of concerning to me based on what we've learned during the COVID epidemic of the difference between private or public care. But if we can come back with that also. The other one I have is related to the Infrastructure Ontario lands that are part of the courthouse. When you showed your map, I thought those courthouse lands supposedly were going to be courthouse, but just got jerked at the last minute, are still owned by Infrastructure Ontario, and are they still part of your map that I noticed that you had up there? Because I think the courthouse was, yeah, sorry.
Through your Mayor Burton, the lands north of the hospital and east of the Aeronaut Kids is owned by the province.
But I'm talking
the complementary district.
Right, and that's also, but it's west of Aeronaut where I'm talking about. That's where the courthouse was supposed to go, where they had the ribbon cutting, and then they had to glue the ribbon back together, I guess, because it's not going to happen now. So, but that still is Infrastructure Ontario there also.
Through you, Mayor Burton. Yes, the province owns that parcel.
Okay, well, no, I appreciate that, and I think that gets because the time is running out. I have a lot more. I can send it off online, but I just want to make sure that we get these issues all down in the report to make sure we have everything squares with numbers going forward. And I appreciate that, and thanks for your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Where did my little list go? Councillor Adams is next, and then Councillor Parmer.
Thank you very much. It's a big set of reports. There's lots of material here. On this particular one, I want to raise one significant issue that I was concerned about. And it's one that we've talked about a whole lot. Every time this hospital matter comes forward, we talk about what the right mix is between the employment and residential element of this mixed use idea and how the phasing should happen and how that works. And while there's some material, there's some numbers associated with it, I'm really concerned about the way in which we aren't tying the phasing together entirely. When I look on page 75 of the agenda and section 26.5, the land use policies, and in particular, subsections 26.5.1 all the way through 26.5.4, which are the subsections that talk about the minimum 50% threshold for one, and then 20% threshold for another, and 60% and 65% for the other different categories of use. I'm quite worried that what we could end up with is the transitional district being built, us getting 80% residential, and then all of the rest of the employment lands sitting unused, vacant, and not providing the employment that we're expecting within this. And what we've basically done is approved another high density subdivision in effect around the hospital. Can we tie the thresholds together so that we don't have a situation where we end up with all the residential in effect in advance of the employment uses.
Through you, Mayor Burton. We will take all the comments that we hear tonight and revisit those thresholds and the OPA before we come back with a recommendation in the future. So your comments have been noted.
Great, thank you. And can you, are you able to provide, within the section 26.5, it talks about the thresholds, the minimum employment threshold is required to be met prior to or concurrently with any non-employment development and shall be regulated through the zoning bylaw. Can staff provide how the zoning bylaw would be set up so that we can understand what we expect to see within the zoning bylaw? So we're sending the regulatory power down to the zoning bylaw, and in the past I've seen cases where council is told that don't worry, approve it in the official plan, we'll figure it out in the zoning bylaw, and by the time we get down to the zoning bylaw, we discover that we don't have the powers that we really wanted or needed in order to get what the community needed in terms of the outcome. So could we get a further detail about what that would look like?
Through you, Mayor Burton, yes, that's been noted. Thank you.
And so I think this is similar to some of what Councillor Elgar was talking about. You know, he was going after some of the details here, but in the last round of discussions on this site, with respect to the split between residential and employment, can you provide what the total overall expectation is in the phasing between the residential and the employment? So we had discussions about a certain percentage of the whole thing ought to be employment, and a certain section of it or percentage could be residential to support the two together. Can you bring us back to those figures so that we can kind of compare and contrast of how we got from the last round of discussions to today?
Through you, Mayor Burton. Yes, could you clarify which discussions you're
So
referencing?
the last time this came to council, and in your slide deck, you had the dates that it last showed up to council for discussion, and sorry, I don't have the date in front of me. But we talked about a concept of, and I can't remember off the top of my head whether it was 1/3 residential and 2/3 employment or something like that. Maybe somebody else can remember the specific breakdown that we had talked about, because I don't have it in front of me. But that was part of the solution that council sent back for staff to consider.
Through you, Mayor Burton. I think you're referencing the development application for Oakville Green.
Yes.
Phase 1. So yes, we can, when we'll take note of this, and in our response, our next response, we can address that, how things have evolved since then.
Great, thank you. Just so that we know where we were and we know where we're going on apples to apples kind of comparison would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. A lot of my questions were asked by Councillor Elgar and Adams. On page 16, just around, again, the employment thresholds, and just really trying to understand where the ratios are coming from for each precinct. There's no relation between any of them. I mean, some of them are 60-40, and then trying to also understand how and why specific employment thresholds have to be met before residential uses can be considered. So that's one point I had. The other was about the MZO. I know that I assume this report and the study has been taking place for a while now, and the MZO was just in August. So I'm wondering its compatibility and if it will now be factored into this plan, how it will be compatible. And lastly, I'd like to request a council workshop prior to this coming back. I know I could certainly benefit from a deep dive into this. This is a very large project in our community, and I think that I would benefit from that. So if that could be possible, I would appreciate it.
Thank
Through
you,
you, Mayor
Councillor.
Burton. Just in response to your first two questions, the MZO, the hospital district area currently permits long-term care facilities, and through this OPA, we have clarified that they continue to be permitted throughout the district and all of the land use designations. So there should not be a compatibility issue with that use in terms of the land use policies, and it does fit within the vision for the hospital district overall. In regards to the thresholds, I guess I think David Sajecki might be in a better position to explain the rationale behind those numbers. But in terms of the employment, requiring the employment first, currently it is within the region, the Halton Region Employment Overlay in their official plan. So by requiring this threshold to ensure that we get a certain amount of employment demonstrates to the region that we're still achieving our employment targets for that area of Oakville, while also introducing other uses such as residential to really make it a vibrant and mixed use community. So I'll pass it over to David if you want to just quickly speak to Councillor Parmar's question about the percentages and how those thresholds were established.
Thank you, Harley. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We started with a target of 10,000 jobs. We didn't want to lower the overall employment threshold for the area, but we felt that it was important to be able to introduce other uses, sensitive uses such as residential, to create a district that is vibrant at times outside the typical 9 to 5. In terms of the specific breakdown per precinct, we started with the market analysis study that was completed by Urban Metrics, and within that study, it identified both looking at employment across the region, across the town, and within North Oakville, and specifically the hospital district. What are the numbers that market is looking that could be absorbed? And throughout that, it was identified that there's only a specific amount of office, for example, that could be absorbed. And that was partially addressed within the office precinct. We didn't want to put in too much office in that area, so that's why we had a 50-50 split, with the intention that we're looking for what the market could absorb while still meeting the employment targets. We went on a precinct by precinct view of it. Within the institutional precinct, it was obviously 100% employment because the uses within the institutional precinct are strictly institutional. Within the innovation precinct, we looked at that as a precinct where we could really generate ideas that could take the precinct beyond what you would see in a typical hospital area to somewhere that can be very innovative and really focus on bringing forward public-private partnerships, potentially relationships with academic uses, the hotel, the convention center. So that became a real focus for employment. Outside the institutional precinct, it carries the largest percentage of jobs. Then additionally, we looked at what are the complementary uses that are needed to sustain the hospital district, and that could be pharmacies, complementary retail, and those were sort of sprinkled throughout the hospital district as a whole, and focused in specific areas too. And we did have, I'll admit, throughout the study, a little bit of a surprise when the courthouse was no longer a project. So that became a way that we had to view what became the complementary district through a different lens. And through that lens as well too, we are thinking out what are the types of uses that can really support the hospital itself. And throughout all this work, though, we did refer back to best practices as well as to the market analysis undertaken by Urban Metrics to try to reach those numbers, while really trying to create a vibrant district that is full of a mix of uses, but also understand that once employment is removed, employment is not likely to be coming back in terms of employment lands. So we wanted to ensure that we had the right mix, which is, to the earlier question, it's about 2/3 employment to 1/3 residential. And I believe it's just under 7,000 residents, 6,800 residents. So we're really trying to keep that mix so that we don't lose the opportunity in the future to really create a vibrant employment area that just happens to be complemented by residential uses. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, do we have any, oh, we have hands all of a sudden. I have a first timer and a second timer. First timer, Councillor Haslett-Teal.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. First of all, thank you to Councillor Elgar and Councillor Adams and Parma. It's lots of great questions. On page 74, there's a phrase used that says, you know, they should be public roads. I just wanted to ask from a point, why would we not require or say they must be public roads in any of that development? I mean, I just am concerned about some of these, the being clarity with developers around making sure that these are public roads and they meet all our requirements, particularly given, you know, the sensitivity of the district. My key question is around the definition of employment use. Can you help me a little bit understanding? I've heard suggestions around the kinds of businesses you'd like to attract, but where definitively is the definition of employment use for all of the districts?
Through you, Mayor Burton. So the Livable Oakville plan, basically an employment use in this area would be something like an office. It could be a medical office. It could be business office. It could incorporate a wide range of those sorts of office type uses, but it can also be like a biotech office. There's a huge long list that it all fit into that employment definition. I will pass it over to Leslie Gill-Woods, who worked on the employment and commercial study and would be able to provide a more fulsome explanation about employment.
Thank you.
I'm going to need the question repeated, please. Thank you.
So I'm looking for a definition of employment use because, I mean, we all know there's an E1, E2, E3, but residents live with the consequences of those definitions even today. And while I understand the goal of needing to attract the right employment use, I'm wondering where definitively can I find that a business cannot open that would have a negative impact on the 6,800 residences that you want to put in the hospital district.
Oh, okay. Through you, Mayor Burton, to the councillor. Typically, employment uses in terms of regional definitions are office uses, warehousing, and manufacturing. Just most simply put, there are provincial setback requirements from sensitive land uses, and that is definitely an issue in the hospital district with the hospital itself. And the existing and planned long-term care facilities are sensitive land uses, not to mention the residential uses south of Dundas Street. So what would be proposed in the employment areas surrounding the hospital district would be primarily indoor office knowledge-based type jobs.
I guess my concern is, how are we documenting that and ensuring that that is all that could be provided? Because as you use the word warehouse, a warehouse today is not what a warehouse was five years ago and even 10 years ago. And scale and intensity matter when it comes to what that employment use is. So I just, it's a takeaway that I hope somebody can answer. How can we be more definitive so that we really are only going to get that knowledge base, that medical base? I mean, if there is a space for an Amazon delivery station up there, I'd welcome your consideration, but I wouldn't want it on by the hospital. That isn't solving anybody's problem. I just want you to make sure that it's defined so we don't have a future problem for people. So I raise that. And then my other sort of question is just around, we talk about 6 to 12 and mid-rise, but inevitably it's always, they're going to go to 12. So where do we create in this overarching design stepping or scaling to different heights? Because the applicant's going to say, I want 12 when we get to that point. Is there a way to take the map that you've proposed and really be more definitive about, this is a 6-story area, this is an 8-story, so that we're actually envisioning the look and feel of what the community would be?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we will note those comments, and they will be addressed in the next iteration.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions, Mayor Burton.
And sorry, Mayor Burton, just to clarify, the land use designation, Councillor Hasletfield, that is being recommended through or proposed through this OPA is urban core. So it's not an employment designation. It permits office uses which are considered employment, but it's a mixed use designation. So those are those office uses that were highlighted.
So thank you for clarifying that, Carly. So if in the language of the report, when we talk about employment uses, I would suggest the next time it comes back, we're very clear about what that looks like from a zoning perspective and those definitions. And if it's purely office use and that's what we agree to, that's great.
Noted. Thank you.
Any other first timers before I go to the second timers? Going once, going twice, coming to Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Just a couple of other questions. And one of them is, Carly, this is development is into 5 precincts, okay? As from what I understand, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does number 1 get completed before number 2 starts? Is that the way it's supposed to work?
For you, Mayor Burton, no, the phasing isn't correlated to a specific district.
So all phases could start at once?
Through you, Mayor Burton. Theoretically, we, depending on the constraints with servicing and other infrastructure, we would accept a development application barring any of those constraints in any of these areas.
So going forward, when you come back, can you explain why they're coming up with 5 separate precincts? Because I noticed number 5 is like 5,173 jobs at the very end of the 10,659 jobs overall over 20 years. And I just found that, and that says it's institutional for those 5,173 jobs. So I'm trying to understand. I'd like to know what their methodology was and why isn't it just 1 precinct and you just roll on what you're going to do?
For you, Mayor Burton, we will make note of that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And the other thing is, I note in the report that you've notified the residents associations. I wonder if you could just provide me with what residents associations in this area you have provided this information to. That'd be great.
Through you, Mayor Burton, the Ward 7 Residents Association was notified.
So everybody south of Dundas, which are impacted because there are no residents living up there in Ward 7. Nobody in resident associations in Ward 4, no resident association was identified.
For your Mayor Burton, I can confirm that after this meeting, but my understanding is the Residents Association that is within the study area was notified, and not the other ones.
So the resident association in Ward 7 hops the creek, does it? Like it's west of, it includes west of the 16 Mile Creek.
Through you, Mayor Burton, my understanding is it's all of Ward 7.
I think you missed my question. If you look on the map, you will see there are one heck of a lot of residents south of Dundas that are in Ward 4. And I'm just wondering, so like, how many people do we know? A better question, how many people in Ward 4 would have been notified of the meeting?
For you, Mayor Burton, well, we did put an e-blast out to anyone who had signed up to our official plan review list, and I believe there are over 1,300 emails on that list. So if any of those residents had submitted their information as part of that, they would have received the notice as well.
So we could find out then. Can you then, when it comes back, at least tell how many in Ward 4 would have been notified of this meeting?
Through you, Mayor Burton, we don't have the physical addresses. We just have email addresses associated with the list for the e-blast.
Okay, forget the e-blast. What about notices that are set out within 440 feet or 120 meters or whatever it is? You would have the addresses for those people, correct? So we could be sure that at least the people around the area were notified. Because I don't want this to come back and say, I didn't know about this, and I live on Proudfoot just across the road.
Through you, Mayor Burton, when we bring this item back, we will make sure to identify all of the notification, or clarify all of the notification information and where they went.
Well, I appreciate that. That's always what happens afterwards, Carly. People say, we weren't even told about it. And there are quite a few residents just south there on the other side of the street of Dundas. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for the outstanding job you did over the last week or so with your nightly emails to your residents, giving them notice about these matters. So you filled in a gap there, I think.
I try.
Yes, and it's part of the service you're known for, I think. All right. Are we at the point where we can take delegations, ladies and gentlemen? Madam Clerk, would you call the delegations?
Our one and only delegation is Eldon Theodore.
Mr. Theodore, Council is looking forward to your information. Please join us and unmute yourself if necessary. We can see you very well, and my screen says you are unmuted, and I can hear you very well. We look forward to your information.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I'd like to just thank all those who presented, including Ms. Dodds on her presentation. I am speaking on behalf of my client, Oakville Green Developments, Inc., who is the most easterly property within the hospital district study area. As a bit of background, since 2015, my client has been working hard to establish a world-class innovation district on their property to create an active, vibrant, dense, mixed-use hub that would complement the Oakville Hospital. The first phase, as you know, received zoning approval and draft approval through subdivision as an interim step while we wait regional and town plans to catch up on that eventual vision. We're encouraged and support proposal to identify the hospital district as a growth area and to permit a mix of uses beyond employment. We have expressed a number of concerns we have detailed in submissions to this committee. What I just want to do is highlight and summarize some of the key points. First was our request to meet. We requested a separate stakeholder meeting with town staff to discuss concerns that have been really presented to date. Those concerns related to the land use diversity, ideas about parks and open space, road network and the blocks associated with that, building heights and densities. The client has spent time, energy, and their own finances to advance a vision on their lands, the outcome of which would have a profound and positive influence on the success of this district. And unfortunately, to date, that meeting has not occurred. So I would ask that this committee support any type of engagement with myself and my client as part of this process. Second is a bit of missing history. The information provided in the draft OPA is surprisingly different than the options that were presented in the public workshop 1 year ago. The level of detail really has been peeled away, and there is no indication of how much of the public comments have influenced this draft. So we would really like to see more details in the steps that led to the current draft that's been made available to the public. The third is the minimum employment restrictions. We were firstly surprised to see the minimum percentages being applied to the sub-districts within the growth area, but was even more surprised to see that the highest percentage of employment was applied to my client's lands, with less employment being provided to other sub-districts. And while I heard the rationale provided in this presentation, I don't think it was sufficient enough to explain fundamentally how it adds up. Really, it amounts to an unequal distribution of employment across this district. There is no clear indication of how, for example, the district energy site is restricted to only 20% employment. And there's no clear indication of why the highest percentage of employment is pushed towards Dundas, while the residential is pushed away from where you would typically see transit corridors and transit opportunities would be most available. In addition to that, while I hear staff's comments about holding provisions as it relates to controlling employment, there really is no clear indication of implementation measures of how this is actually going to be achieved and controlled in the long term. This had been a historical issue when we first started our application in 2015, and it appears to continue to be an issue today. These restrictions will have a substantial impact on my client's ability to achieve a world-class innovation district, and they must be revisited. And then lastly, the site-specific restriction, which speaks to the maximum height of 15 stories on the phase 1 of my client's lands. It's a bit of a redundant policy given that the zoning permits the 15 stories as of right. And it surprises us in terms of the fact that the current secondary plan permits 15 stories as of right today. So as we go forward, we're essentially reducing the development potential as it relates to this overall district. We think that this special policy really is not necessary and shouldn't be applied to our client's land. What I really want to stress on behalf of my client is that this is a moment to put in place a lasting legacy. We saw that vision in 2015. We still see that today. We want to make sure that council takes the time to get this right and listen to those who are most affected by these applications. Our concerns and requests are in our submission, and we would obviously value the time to meet with your staff, work through these concerns, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Theodore. Questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Theodore.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there another delegation? That concludes delegations. Council, would you like to have the director summarize his list of any issues he caught that they didn't have already? Mr. Simeone, you are up.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I'd like the list here. Can staff report back on how the plan can be integrated with the community energy plan and consideration of district energy in the context of climate change? Can we get a breakdown of the costs that will be added to the tax base in order to allow for this project to go forward? Can staff clarify the number of units and the resultant population at full build-out of this plan? Will the long-term care facility beds be publicly or privately run? Can staff report back on potential phasing policies for all the land such that we do not end up with residential development only? Can staff provide an example of how a zoning bylaw will be developed so that the minimum employment thresholds are achieved? Can staff report back on how we got from the 3:1 proposal ratio that, and we're proposing something new. This relates to the last speaker's item, Your Worship. Can staff report on how the MZO lands will be accommodated within this proposal? Can staff set up a workshop on this project prior to the recommendation report? Staff to report back on whether roads should be private or public and why. Staff are to provide a definition of employment uses that would be permitted. Can staff provide more certainty as to where heights will be as opposed to the range of heights? Can staff provide a rationale as to why there are 5 precincts in the absence of a phasing policy? Staff are to report back on how many notices went out and clarify all notification information. I just noted for your benefit, through your Mayor Burton, that the region is considering this and other areas within the town of Oakville as a phase 1 amendment to the regional official plan review. And I'm just hopeful that we're mindful of that time frame as we move forward on this. So we'll have to, I'm reminding ourselves we'll have to move quickly with these meetings and these workshops so that we can take benefit of that process.
Well, I'll be happy to, get out the whip and spurs and try to make sure that you keep going or something like that. Have to buy them, I guess.
Sorry, Mayor Burton. I just wanted to clarify one item, a question from Councillor Elgar with regard to the notification. I can confirm that all of the residents associations were notified, not just the residents association in Ward 7. And also, I forgot to mention that the statutory public meeting notice was also in the Oakville Beaver on October 29th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor
Mayor
Elgar?
Burton, can we also, as one of the other items, can we kind of square together between Appendix F and J as to why the population numbers are differ and get that sorted out before we go forward also?
Yes,
Staff could do that, I'd appreciate it.
I heard him to name that, although he didn't say F and J, but that's what he meant.
I can clarify it if you like, Mayor Burton.
Good enough, thank you.
So he's confirming to me that he got your issue. Can I get a motion to receive from you, Alan?
Sure, I'll receive the report, sure.
Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. Councillor Elgar's motion carries. Council, turn with me now to item 4, please. This is the Urban Mobility and Transportation Strategy Assessment of COVID-19 Impacts. It's a report from the Planning and Services Department and the Engineering and Construction Department with a presentation from Mr. Simeone, our Director of Planning, Jill Stephen, our Director of Engineering and Construction, and Jeff Abma, our planner.
Mayor Burton, are we skipping item 3 then until a later date? Is that the plan?
I thought we just did 2 and 3 together.
No, we did 2.
Oh, I beg your pardon. When Ms. Gill Woods began, she said, I'm presenting about 2 and 3, and My apologies for misunderstanding. Item 3. Different slideshow. We have Ms. Gill Woods again.
Hello again, Mayor Burton, members of council. Apologies for the confusion. I almost had a little break there. I didn't mind. So this is the statutory public meeting for item 3. Item 3 deals with the Northwest area and Palermo Village, and we are not on the first slide for that presentation. We need to go up, please. Thank you. A little more. Yep, this is it. Item 3. Thank you. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that this is the work of a great team of people, and I'm just one person speaking tonight. The entire team is on hand to answer questions. So I might not be able to handle all of it, but there is a team on hand and standing by to answer your questions on this. So next slide, please. And again, this is a reminder, this is a statutory public meeting. We're here to listen and receive your input. If you're watching the live stream of this meeting and you wish to speak to this item about the Northwest area and Palermo Village, please call 905-815-6095 and you'll be brought into the meeting at the appropriate time. Next slide, please. So for item 3, we're looking at the Northwest area and Palermo Village, excluding the hospital district. So Carly just spoke to you about the hospital district under item 2. Now we're looking at the remainder of the Northwest secondary plan and the existing Palermo Village growth area south of Dundas Street. So the lands north of Dundas we're proposing to bring into the Livable Oakville plan. And then we're proposing an expansion, northerly expansion of the Palermo Village growth area, and those policies would also have their own place in the Livable Oakville plan. So we're updating the policies for the existing growth area south of Dundas, but also expanding it north of Dundas. Next slide, please. So we talked about this slide earlier, so I'm not going to dwell on it. It's from the council adopted region approved urban structure, and it shows the node for further study on the 4 quadrants of Bronte Road and Dundas Street, the regional transit priority corridors on Bronte Road and Dundas Street, the transit node identified at that intersection, and then the existing nodes and corridors in that pinkish purple color. So lands that were already identified and planned for higher density mixed use development. And then of course we have the blue, which is showing employment areas. And so you'll see in the Northwest quadrant, we have a bit of blue or employment to be dealt with through this work. So we're trying to look at this, this node to apply to all 4 quadrants here. The green, of course, is the natural heritage system, which is not proposed to change at all through this work. Next slide, please. So first up, I'm going to talk about that Northwest area. So next slide, please. The Northwest area, for our purposes tonight, is everything from the North Oakville West secondary plan, excluding the hospital district that Carly spoke about earlier, and the northerly expansion of Palermo Village. So you'll see in white on the existing land use schedule from the North Oakville West secondary plan, there's special study area. That was the Palermo Village North urban core area that was studied previously. Council adopted an official plan amendment for those lands back in 2011. It's been subject to an appeal since then. So it has no status, and we're proposing now to introduce replacement policies effectively that look at now an expanded area, just part of our continuing implementation of your adopted urban structure. So again, I just want you to remember here that there's not a lot of land use designations going on in the North Oakville West secondary plan. We have our natural heritage system, we have our community park space, you've got Palermo Park and the North Oakville sports fields, and then you've got employment areas. So not a lot going on. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we call the livabilization of the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, the transfer of these policies, we're proposing to move the North Oakville West Secondary Plan area, other than the hospital district, from the 1984 official plan into the Livable Oakville Plan. So again, part of Council's long-standing objective to have one official plan document for the entire town. So we're going to add policies for those lands into the Livable Oakville Plan that maintain the intent of the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. We're not trying to reinvent things here. And the policies that are revised and updated to be consistent with the Livable Oakville Plan. So it's a slightly different policy framework. So they've been translated here into proposed policies for the Livable Oakville Plan. It's not a verbatim transfer of policies. I want to emphasize that we've eliminated a number of redundancies and policies that are operational or descriptive. So they really weren't achieving anything. They were just overly descriptive, frankly. So we've cut down a lot on the verbiage from the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. And I certainly want to acknowledge the extreme amount of work that has gone into Appendix A. My colleague Kirk Bigger worked on that, and it was a tremendous amount of work, and it provides an analysis of how each and every policy in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan is proposed to be translated into the Livable Oakville Plan. So if there's a policy that you have a particular affinity for, let's say, you can go to that Appendix A and find it and see how it got carried forward, or if it got carried forward. Next slide, please. So if you recall what we saw for the North Oakville West Secondary Plan land use map, if you look in for this, it's a slightly different scale here, but if you look at the proposed Northwest area land use schedule, which again identifies lands for the hospital district and the expansion of the Palermo Village North, or the Palermo Village growth area. So what's left is the natural heritage system, which has that hatching that looks a bit like trees. And then we've got parks and open space. So again, that's staying the same. The employment areas are staying the same. That's shown in blue with the dots. Also shown here, we have the future road network from the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. The transitway along the south side of Highway 407, the provincial transit terminal proposed at the interchange of Ronnie Road and the 407, and the stormwater management ponds. So again, pretty basic in terms of designations. Next slide, please. So the parks and open space designation, again, same purpose, intended to accommodate the full range of active or passive indoor and outdoor recreational opportunities here. The business employment designation is intended to provide for a wide range of business and industrial uses, predominantly within enclosed buildings and with minimal impact on surrounding areas. I will note here that under the existing policies in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, employment areas are permitted to have a maximum height of 15 stories. That's been maintained. As well, in the proposed policies for the Northwest area, we have a number of functional policies. I just catch up in my notes here, and they're proposed to be carried forward through this OPA because they provide area-specific context and direction for the Northwest area, and they deal with cultural heritage, urban design, transportation, and transit. And again, because all of these things are being migrated into the Livable Oakville Plan, the general policies and the Livable Oakville Plan will also apply. Next slide, please. This is a proposed schedule that is from figure NOW3 in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, and it shows the natural heritage system key areas. So this is an important schedule to support certain policies that are being migrated over from the North Oakville West Secondary Plan and will apply to all of the lands in this area. I just wanted to highlight here that of the total Northwest area, which is about 640 hectares, half is within the natural heritage system. And of that, 100 hectares are part of the Glen Orchid Preserve, the Glen Orchid Conservation Area. Next slide, please. So the next part of this official plan amendment deals with the existing Palermo Village growth area and then the proposed expansion northward, and the study that was done to implement council's adopted urban structure. Next slide, please. So this is the study timeline. It shows that the study looking at all four quadrants of the intersection of Bronte Road and Dundas started back in 2018. As you know, Palermo and that area around that intersection has been envisioned for higher density mixed use development and employment uses, frankly, for a number of years. We had a public workshop a year ago, and now we have the statutory public meeting tonight. And as I mentioned previously, the planning director will be making note of the issues raised tonight, so that we identify them in the recommendation report that will be coming forward in the new year. Next slide, please. So the study area for the Palermo Village growth area review includes all of the lands within the existing growth area south of Dundas Street, the lands within the Palermo Village North Urban Core area, or the OPA 306 area from 2011. So that's the lands east of Bronte Road, north of Dundas Street. And then what we've added, like the northerly expansion area, really is the lands west of Bronte Road, but confined within the natural heritage system. So the natural heritage system surrounds the Palermo Village North area, north of Dundas Street. Next slide, please. So this is the existing land use schedule for the Palermo Village growth area south of Dundas Street. It provides for concentration of high density mixed uses along Old Bronte Road and Calsa Gate. So that's that purple area. And outside of the purple area, the land use designations pretty much reflect the existing built condition and the existing established neighborhoods. But development in Palermo Village has been, south of Dundas Street, has been proceeding pretty much in accordance to this plan. So just wanted you to get a snapshot of that before we go forward. So next slide, please. So the focus of the Palermo Village growth area review was really in the initial stages, certainly on that expansion north of Dundas Street and what might happen there. And it was really focused on creating a complete and connected community. So there's a lot of words on this slide, but these are all of the things that had to be considered in the creation of this plan for Palermo Village North. And some of these things came from a preliminary directions report that went to the Livable Oakville official plan review subcommittee, input from public information sessions we had, including meetings with landowners, OPA 289, which is the North Oakville West Secondary Plan, and OPA 306, which was the Palermo North Urban Core Area policies that have been under appeal, the Employment and Commercial Review, which identified the need for a grocery store in this northwest part of town, the Parks, Recreation, and Library Facilities Master Plan that identified the need for a small-scale library and community center in this part of town, the council-endorsed Old Bronte Road and Calsa Gate Streetscape Plan, and work completed by Oakville Transit related to a required transit terminal in this area. So there's a lot of things that need to be accommodated here. And through the study, we were looking to provide for an expansion to the mixed-use transit supportive node that will develop over a number of years. It's not happening overnight. It'll have a mix of residential, commercial, and office uses integrated with existing cultural heritage resources. There will also be a transit terminal, as I mentioned, a commercial main street along Old Bronte Road, and a small-scale community center and library, as well as parks and open spaces suitable for many types of gatherings and pedestrian and cycling connections to the natural heritage system. The natural heritage system, as I mentioned earlier, would provide some separation from the employment area that is beyond that. Next slide, please. So the draft concept plan, this also was presented at the workshop a year ago, and it shows how all of the things I mentioned previously might be accommodated through official plan designations. Also shown here is a 400-meter walking distance from a transit terminal, and that's about a 5-minute walk. So the idea is to make it a transit supportive, walkable community. Next slide, please. This is the demonstration plan that was also presented a year ago at our public workshop. And I know when you first see it, it seems a bit much, but the little rectangles are buildings. It's a bird's eye view. And so in the upper left, you can see CC and L, that's community center and library. So the idea is there is that there's a civic facility overlooking a park, which then beyond that looks over a proposed stormwater management pond. Below that, in the block at the northwest corner of Bronte Road and Dundas Street, you can see there's diagonal hatching. That's where a grocery store was shown conceptually with some residential towers above, and parking accessible from an internal street. There's also a transit terminal shown to accommodate buses traveling within town and across town. And then along Old Bronte Road, there would be a mixed-use commercial main street. And you can see in orange and yellow, those are identified, listed, and designated heritage buildings that are incorporated into development. So again, this is just a demonstration that would show how things might develop under the land use designations proposed at that workshop. Next slide, please. So here we have the proposed land use schedule in the official plan amendment for the Northwest area and Palermo Village. So this schedule is just for the expanded growth area, and it shows again the continuation of that mixed use, that purple urban center designation that provides for high density mixed use development. There's a bit of a local road network identified. There's residential high density and medium density uses. There's the new growth area boundary identified. And there's also in the policies that support this, the introduction of districts. So sort of sub areas within the plan. So there's a neighborhood district that reflects the existing established residential neighborhoods within Palermo Village, and that contribute to the sort of Main Street function in Palermo Village. Then there's the Main Street area, which is focused on Old Bronte Road and Calsa Gate, and that's reflective of the existing development concept south of Dundas Street, and that's extended northward where OPA 306 applied. The Civics District in the northwest quadrant would provide for a number of civic services and facilities identified through town master planning exercises. So those are the things I mentioned before: the transit terminal, the small scale community center and library, park, and also the requirement for office uses within this district. There are also policies related to the proposed transportation network, which build upon what's currently in the North Oakville West secondary plan. Next slide, please. So this slide just gives you an at-a-glance look at heights and densities for Palermo Village, and I'm not going to read each one. Generally speaking, maximum building heights north of Dundas are proposed to be up to 16 stories, and there's one site, I think, south of Dundas Street where 16 stories is currently proposed to be allowed. There's exceptions to that right now under the existing Palermo Village policy south of Dundas Street. The maximum building height permitted is 10 stories on a corner site. And we're looking at densities that are transit supportive in the range of 100 to 300 units per site hectare for high density designations, and a minimum of 100 units per site hectare for the urban center designation. Next slide, please. Also proposed is an urban design schedule. So this I've had to cut it up a bit to make it fit on the slide here. So It supports the policies in the proposed official plan amendment and promotes character defining elements such as flexible streets and enhanced streetscape areas. It identifies primary and secondary streets where we will either require or encourage retail and service commercial uses at grade to provide, that Main Street experience. It also provides direction for the location of future parks and urban squares. It provides direction for key gateways and feature areas within the growth area, and it provides for enhanced pedestrian connections associated with road and linear connections to the natural heritage system beyond the growth area. Next slide, please. So this is a 3D model that again is a demonstration of what the proposed policies might provide for. It's looking from the northwest to the southeast to the existing area in West Oak Trails. You can, and this was prepared internally by staff, so kudos to Jeff Abma for preparing this for us. In the green space, sort of in the middle right of the slide, that's a park in front of a community center, again, all conceptual. And then in the lands a little further afield, you can see some pink, and that's showing the mixed use area, and you can see a grocery store with some towers above and around it, right at the northwest corner of Bronte Road and Dundas Street. And again, we're looking southeast here. You can see off to the left the Palermo Park and the baseball diamonds over there. So we're looking towards Dundas Street here. Next slide, please. So again, this is our OPA approval process slide. We're at the statutory public meeting. We're going to review the matters we hear tonight from you and members of the public. Our target is March 2021 for a recommendation report. And if adopted by council, the OPA would be forwarded to Halton Region for approval. And again, because of the ongoing regional official plan review and the changes required to the regional official plan to recognize our local urban structure, approval of anything we do here will depend on the appropriate changes to the regional plan. Next slide, please. And then this is the recommendation that the staff report and the Palermo Village Growth Area Review final report, which is appended to this report. Kudos to Brad Sunderland for all his hard work on that. That they be received, and that the comments from the public with respect to the proposed official plan amendment also be received, and that staff consider such comments as may be provided by council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gilwoods. Council, can I don't know, we're getting feedback. Maybe that door to the tech shop could be closed. Maybe not. All right, Council, I need to assemble a speakers list. There's only 38 minutes left before the witching hour, unless you want to vote to extend the hour. So I've got Councillor Elgar, and did I see Councillor Duddick? Councillor O'Meara, I've got you for sure. Show me your hands. Councillor Haslett-Deal. Anyone else? Councillor Robertson. Going once, going twice. Okay, with 3 delegations and 4 questioners and 38 minutes, I would ask you for a motion to... Oh, and now we have 5 delegations. I would ask you for a motion to go past the hour, and I would suggest that you make the motion to continue until we finish, and let's see how far we can get with that idea. Councillor Elgar, is that your motion? Thank you. Is there any objection to that motion? Councillor Adams. Oh, Councillor Adams is objecting. Is there any other objection? Madam Clerk, there's only one objection. The motion carries. Thank you, everybody. All right, Councillor Elgar, then Councillor O'Meara, Councillor Haslett-Deal, Councillor Robinson, and then the 5 public delegations.
Okay. Through you, Mayor Burton, thank you very much, and thank you, Leslie, for the presentation. Just a few things, and maybe you can come back and think about it, and you don't have to answer tonight, but we're trying to roll everything into our Livable Oakville plan, and I've got a big concern that medium density north of an area all of a sudden is between 35 and 100, but if you go south, it's much less. Similar to the high density. Like I'm worried that, oh, it depends where you, medium density is one thing one place, but another thing another place. I don't think that's good. That doesn't show consistency. So if it should be high density, label it so that if anybody wants to move from the south to the north, they're not getting a real big wake-up call. So could you look at that maybe when you come back about the numbers, how they're so different depending on whether you live north or south?
Through you, Mayor Burton, yes, we'll look at that. It is a different context being in a high-density growth area at the intersection of two regional transit priority corridors. But yes, we will look at that and how it's.
Yeah, because our medium density and high density are on steroids compared to the south. So I think we need a different name because something's not right. The other big concern I have with this whole plan is getting across Dundas. That's not exactly a quiet road, nor is Bronte. And we have to, I think, come back with some kind of a plan of how we're going to get the people there. And a crosswalk, I don't think, is the answer with the big trucks and everything. We need an over or an underpass for pedestrian traffic. And I wish that we get serious about this. If we're going to try to make that work, if you can come back with something what we should put in there, so that we do it once, we do it right. Now the other thing I had a gentleman, one of my constituents, who has questions, and he's not on. He didn't have time to do a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll read it out, and perhaps when you come back, you can explain it, and the next report. But his comments are: it is common knowledge that building an average one-bedroom apartment causes the emission of 60 megatons of CO2. To offset those CO2 emissions, 3,670 trees need to be planted by conscious developers. Do you, as the town of Oakville, have calculated the carbon footprint of your new development? What is the number of the CO2 in metric tons? Number two, do you, as town of Oakville, have a plan on planting trees to totally offset the carbon footprint of the new proposed development to offset pollution, not only for the citizens of Oakville, for our planet? And what is the number of trees? So it fits right in with what's going on with climate change. And I thought, well, he's very forward thinking. So if staff could come back with that, and I can send you the email. I do believe that Kathy Patrick has that email also. She could provide that to staff, and that'd be great. And I think because of the time if there's other things, I will come back. It's the density, it's the linkage between north and south of Dundas, and in response to this email I received also. So that I will leave it at that for right now, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Well, there's always a second time. The next is Councillor O'Meara.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thank you very much, Leslie, and the whole team for putting this together. Again, I want to reiterate what Councillor Elgar said, but for me, I continue to see the pedestrian crossings stop at Dundas. And every time we meet, I say they cannot stop at Dundas. And I'll just say, in all honesty, that is a showstopper for me. I won't sit here and have schools on the south side of Dundas and a community on the north side and not have a way for those people to get across. That is failed plan right off the top. So I can't reiterate that enough. We have to come up with a way there. My second question is with regards to, as we bring all this into the Livable Oakville plan, the Livable Oakville plan does place a lot of emphasis on sort of, not a lot of it, but what is the residential character of a neighborhood that's non-existent? I mean, how do we go about, from an urban design plan, looking at what do we want that look and feel of that whole area to be like? I'm not sure how we create something out of nothing, and I'm wondering whether staff might be able to maybe broach that when we come back. I'm just not sure where we get our concepts from for a whole new community there. And so you don't have to answer it now, but maybe if you might address that next time. I'd be interested just to know how we generate those sort of feels and looks of a character of a neighborhood from scratch. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. Ms. Gilwoods, do you want to respond to any of that?
Sure. On the issue of the regional roads, I think you'll hear more from my colleague Jeff Abma about that, but regional roads are one of our biggest challenges because we have competing objectives. Regional roads are trying to move vehicles through fast, and we need to relook in cooperation and consultation with the region through the Regional Transportation Master Plan on the purpose and function of these roads, particularly through our strategic growth areas along Dundas Street. A planner's point of view is that we need to reallocate the right-of-way space and reprioritize road users. Separating pedestrians onto overhead bridges is perhaps not the best solution. They need to have more opportunities, potentially with tighter intersection spacing and reduced speed limits to cross at grade. So we recognize it's an issue, but as Tricia mentioned in her presentation, like having landing areas for overhead crossings, that's an issue, but we really need to revisit how our roads are functioning and who they're for. The other thing I would mention in relation to regional roads and the Regional Transportation Master Plan is that these two roads, Brownie Road and Dundas Street, are regional transit priority corridors, and they're planned for transit. And as my colleague Brad likes to point out, transit users are by and large pedestrians. So we need to plan for these people using transit safely, getting off of transit, and getting home and to where they need to go. So that's my only comment on that. And certainly Councillor O'Meara will look into your comments about creating character in a new area. We certainly have guidance documents in terms of the livable by design document, and there was the streetscape plan done for Old Bronny Road and Culsagate back at the time of OPA 306. So we can certainly update you on what options we have.
Thank you, Ms. Gilwood, for affirming that you and the staff are alive to these issues. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, I believe you're next.
So mine, it won't surprise anyone. I would like consideration to a better definition of what employment is appropriate when it's going to buffer residents. You've listed it as business employment, which would allow for warehousing. And again, warehousing is not the same as it was 10 years ago. And we need to make sure that the community that we're going to support is not only safe for pedestrians, but it's safe and has appropriate employment uses that are compatible with a residential neighborhood.
Thank you for that. I'm pretty sure they haven't forgotten from the last time, and I'm sure it'll be looked at. That brings us to Councillor Robertson.
Thank you for the report, Leslie. My question, well, my first comment was same as Councillor Elgar and Councillor O'Meara in terms of the north-south connection. By far, I'm worried about that, and I think that the grocery store is so needed, but getting into a car to drive 30 seconds because you can't walk it is not an option. It's not a good option. My second is a bike path connectivity from this area to the hospital lands, because I've already had residents who work there now. And I think it'll be even greater that you'll see residents move into this area that are employed in the hospital lands, and they will want to ride their bikes. And because Bronte is a regional, Dundas is a regional road, I'm not sure how plans for bike connectivity work in terms of multi-use trails or anything along that land. So if you could let me know more about that, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'm sure staff will get back to you on that. Madam Clerk, I see no other speakers from council, so would you please begin calling the delegations?
The first delegation is Tom Carrico. Hello,
sir. I'll take a chance and say, Mr. Carrico, are you there? And council's looking forward to your information.
So he maybe left the meeting, so I will call the next delegation is Frank O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien? Or Brian? I may have got that wrong.
Can you hear me? Because I can't see myself on the screen.
We can hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess a video must be off. Too many buttons, too much technology. But it's amazing. We don't have to drive at night. This is wonderful to have meetings like this. Okay, I digress. Thank you for giving us a chance to speak to you. I know that most of you have been here since 6 o'clock, and it is 10 o'clock now. So, and your eyes haven't rolled over from some of the details you're going through. I represent a group called the Halton United Church Extension Council, and that we own a piece of land adjoining the parking lot of Palermo United Church. And our concern, and we've gone to the public meetings before, our concern is that the area to the north of Dundas and west of east of Highway 25 is about to become a desolate, isolated island, unreachable by anybody. The two regional highways are going to continue to get bigger. They're so vital to the whole area. They're virtually uncrossable now. And then there's going to be community and parklands on the other side. This would be an ideal place for high density that the town seems to need to park somewhere. And having the high density over near on the other side of Dundas, not Dundas, but of Highway 25, near the bus terminal, I don't think people want to live near a bus terminal. You know, the smoke and the transit and all that is not very attractive, livable Oakville. So there was a map shown with the walking distance to this bus terminal. Well, the walking distance includes crossing Highway 25. That's impossible. And as far as building an underground or an overpass, really the cost is prohibitive, and it's not likely even feasible. But because there are buses, and buses are used for moving people, let the buses shuttle back and forth, and let the people live on the east side of Highway 25 and bike to the hospital. Some could even walk to the hospital, but it's a nice, quiet street area that would be great for livable Oakville. But the issue, if anyone's tried it, to cross either Highway 25 or Dundas Street, it just can't be done. I've tried it and it just scared me even thinking about it. So, and it's going to get worse and it's going to get wider and faster. So those are our only comments. We thank you for your attention and thank us for the opportunity to even speak to you. So well done. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much for turning out and sticking with us until you could speak. Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
The next delegation is Renee Carlson.
Renee?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Carlton, we can hear you well. Welcome to the meeting.
Oh,
Council looks
excellent.
forward to your
Excellent.
information.
Good evening, Your Worship, and good evening, councillors. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Carlton, we can hear you well. Welcome to the meeting.
Oh,
Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Your Worship, and good evening, councillors. On behalf of a few landowners who will be affected by the proposed official plan amendment, and those landowners are located on the north side of William Holton and on the east
Ms.
side
Carlton?
of Old Bronte Road.
Excuse me.
I wanted to thank
Excuse
the
me, Ms.
council,
Carlton?
and I wanted to thank especially Mrs. Leslie Gilwood and Mr. Max Simeoni and the staff for the proposal, which we fully support.
Ms. Carlton,
Yes.
we can't hear you well because you've got a speaker on in the background that's playing you in stereo, a couple of beats delayed. And so the result is we know you're speaking, but we don't know what you're saying.
Step away from the computer. So would you like me to repeat?
Please do.
Okay. Good evening, Your Worship, and good evening, councillors. On behalf of several landowners who represent the lands to the north of William Holton and to the east of Old Bronte Road, I wanted to thank Mrs. Leslie Gilwood, Mr. Mike Simeoni, and the staff for this proposal, which we fully support, and we're very happy to see it's designed. We still understand it needs more details. We'll be asking for meetings, but I wanted to thank for this enormous work that was done, and we think it's very well done.
Thank you very much.
And thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Alan Wilmot.
Mr. Wilmot, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening, Mayor Burden.
Good evening.
You can hear me all right then?
We can hear you really well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a few comments. I live about a block west of Colonel William Parkway, which is west of the proposed lands that are being built. And just so everybody knows, everybody west of the creek there and above Upper Middle Road to Dundas have to get into a car to get to a grocery store or even to a corner store, and it's very inconvenient. So when these plans are done, we must make sure that a store of some sort is built in this area with this kind of population being proposed. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Well, thank you very much. I can tell you that I think I know every single person in the old Richview Golf Course area there that you're referring to shares that concern and that desire, and so do I. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Our last listed delegation is Patrick Harrington.
Mr. Harrington, welcome. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to the members of council. I've been tuning in for the last, what are we at now? Coming up on 4 hours. Most people have stayed in their seats. Everybody has iron bladders. So I am the lawyer on behalf of the landowners in the northwest quadrant of Dundas Street and Bronte Road. My client's name is Newmark Developments, who's recently entered into a joint venture agreement with Argo Developments, and Argo is now the majority owner and the point person developer for the project itself. This is a project that has been in the works for a number of years. You'll have heard from staff the discussion about some of the existing appeals going all the way back to OPA 289, OPA 306, and in fact, ROPA 38 has an ongoing site-specific appeal for these lands. And all of those appeals have been held in abeyance pending a resolution of the future land uses at the local level, even at the region, and at times in my discussions with lawyers at the town. It was always believed that the town should have an opportunity to make its own planning decisions with respect to the future development of these lands. Hence, we went through the commercial review, the urban structure review, livable Oakville, all the things that came subsequent to that. And part of the reason I'm here tonight to give this presentation is I wanted to give our thanks and compliments to town staff for all the hard work they have done in bringing forward this growth area plan. My client has been very pleased to see the progress that these lands have undergone since their initial designation or proposed designation under ROPA 38, which originally had included the whole entirety of the lands as employment. But as you've seen in the town of Oakville urban structure, this area had a higher potential to deploy things like medium and higher land residential uses, to have some community uses like community center, community parks. There is a transit node in the area. It's at the corner of two regional transit corridors. And more recently, there's been indications from the province of a 408 transitway station near the north end of the property. So realistically, my only comment tonight and my only request for council is a direction back to staff to undertake meetings directly with my client. As my client has reviewed the official plan amendment, and there's a good deal of detail that's gone into this, but we also have some different ideas about the ways that uses can be deployed on the site. Some of the concept plans have been provided previously as part of the growth plan study that's been ongoing, and my last letter on this was back in February, where I attached the concept plan that my client had developed to that point. And as part of my registering for a deputation tonight, I included an updated concept plan for review by staff. And you'll see in that updated concept plan a lot of the things that Ms. Gill Woods had described as the things that the town wanted to see as part of the future development, and some of the things you've heard from some of the deputants tonight are all included: the urban grocery store, the community center, or the community parks, the actual indication of the NHS connection. And one of the key features that my client would like to have ongoing discussions with the town is about the placement of that NHS connection. There's no doubt there should be that type of NHS connection across the lands. It's just figuring out where on the lands it makes the most sense to locate that particular connection. There's also an opportunity to look north of what the staff are showing as the existing NHS connection as you get towards the 407, to look at other uses other than pure employment. And you heard one of the comments from the councillors this evening about the types of employments you can have up there. If we're looking that far north up to yet another transit node, we can look at different deployments of mixed use that might be better use of the type of infrastructure for transit that's being brought to that area. Because this is a very unique piece of land that you're going to have those types of transit opportunities at the north end of the site and at the south end of the site. So we are really excited about the types of opportunities we can bring to this particular area, and all that we're asking for tonight is a referral back to staff with an indication that to have some discussions with my client about the types of deployments and the types of uses and densities that we can achieve on this site. We're very excited to work with Ms. Gill Woods and the other staff members of the town to continue this process rolling, and to once again perhaps bring an end to the ongoing appeals that my office has been maintaining for this site for quite some time. But thank you for your attention this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I have very good news for you. In the presentations earlier this evening, staff included explicit statement that they will be meeting with all of the landowners between now and their return. So you get your wish without us having to play any kind of blue meanie about ordering them to do it. And
still 4 hours well spent.
I hope that cheers you up on that regard. Thank you very much for your time and your information.
Thank you, sir.
So the clerk tells me that that's the last delegation. And Council, I sense that we can turn to the planning director now. Oh, Councillor O'Meara, your hand is up. We will not turn to the...
Yeah, sorry, and maybe jumping the gun on the planning director here a little bit, but I just wanted to note if staff might, and Councillor Elgar brought it up a bit, I've heard twice now about negative environmental impacts from high-rise developments. and it seems to be going counter against to what we've been told about why you build density and not sprawl. And I'm wondering if we might be able to get some clarification, at least in this report from our staff about I just seems like there's a misunderstanding from, you know, building density and building up is less or has negative connotations for climate change in the environment rather than the sprawl. And I don't think that's the messaging that we've been getting. So perhaps our planning director might be able to just include that in the report, or just even a statement on where that comes from, so that we might clear that up for everybody who I've heard tonight on another application as well.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara. I just, I totally support that question, but I just want to add that the delegator, I had an email from him, and his concern was to find out how many trees needed to be planted per unit. I don't see in his remarks an allegation that one form of development is worse for the environment than the other. I understood him to be saying that we need to be offsetting our environmental impacts. And that's, I believe, pretty much the essence of our community energy plan as well. So I think it all fits together if you see how I'm construing that. But yes, I'm sure that the director can add that. On behalf of the, there's a place of worship on Bronte Road, Mr. Director, and I would like to add to the mix, is there a way to assist them to get regional services like water and wastewater as a result of this new transitway idea from the province at the 407? Because I know that they've been longing for that for, you know, ever since they built the place. And we have had fire issues there around, you know, they have a fire water pond that they have to maintain in order to have fire protection. The pumper truck pulls up, puts one hose in and pumps out the water to deal with a hypothetical fire. So, Mr. Planning Director, we turn to you for your list.
Thank you, Your Worship, to members of council. Can staff look at providing consistency with respect to medium and high density designations between north and south of Dundas within the town of Oakville? Staff to report back on a pedestrian over or underpass or other means of crossing Dundas and Bronte roads. What is the carbon footprint of the proposed development, and what is the number of, and how many trees will need to be planted to offset this development? Can staff report back on how you can generate character in a neighborhood that does not exist? Staff to provide a concise definition for employment uses. Can staff report back on active transportation link between Palermo and the hospital lands? And clarification regarding environmental impacts resulting from high density development. And staff to consider regional servicing options for a place of worship along Bronte Road.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the thoroughness with which you seem to have caught everything. Council, did Mr. Simeone miss anything? I didn't think so. Could I have a motion? The clerk and I are looking for a mover. Councillor Elgar, thank you very much. Is there any objection to the report? Madam Clerk, good news, there's no objection. The report is adopted. Council, maybe now we could turn to item number 4. This is the Urban Mobility and Transportation Strategy Assessment of COVID-19 Impacts, and it's a report from both the Planning Services Department and the Engineering and Construction Department. And we have the tag team of Director of Planning Mark Simeone and Director of Engineering and Construction Jill Stephen and Jeff Adma, our planner. And as you saw earlier, Jeff is very good at those three-dimensional representations. Mr. Simeone, you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to members of council. I'll be very brief in light of the hour. I know Jeff has a very robust presentation, and we want to focus on that. I'm here along with Jill because this is a joint project between the two departments, and Jill will have a few remarks as well. I was listening to earlier this evening and how we're dealing with a development application in North Oakville and how they seem to be becoming more complex with matters of density and transportation and was also struck by a radio story I heard this morning, an interview with President Obama, where he referenced some quote, "Hard things are hard." So I think hard things have become harder in the context of development in Oakville. And the urban mobility strategy is another tool for council to start dealing with how we get around and how we get around and the association with land uses. There's two things that I think that are going to be key and important drivers in this. One is, both of them are things that council's already weighed in on. First one is OPA, Official Plan Amendment number 15, which is the town's urban structure. And that'll form the basis of the urban mobility strategy. And the second is, of course, the climate change emergency resolution, which gives a sense of direction to staff and the community about the importance of these issues. Lastly, I think we have three drivers, among others, that will be influencing the urban mobility strategy. One is livability. The second is the climate change theme as a whole, and the provision and adequacy of mobility infrastructure. And that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you, Mark, and good evening, members of council.
One sec, Jeff, we have Jill up.
Oh.
Thank you, Mayor Burton and members of council. I'll be brief as well. Very pleased to co-introduce this report with Mark. It's really important that the vision that we set in our official plan and urban structure for mobility and transportation options is translated through to the infrastructure that we build, the transportation programs and services we provide, and the way we operate those on a day-to-day basis. I know Jeff is going to talk about some of the recommendations and findings from the 2018 Transportation Master Plan, so I won't dwell on those too much, but we did find through that just continuing to widen our roads is not something we can continue to do, and we need to be looking at how we move differently, and through that integrate both the planning and engineering elements into how we plan for mobility, how we take those findings and input them into the next Transportation Master Plan. So this strategy does build on the work that we did in 2018, but it also will be a key document to feed into that next Transportation Master Plan update.
Jeff, I think that is your cue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, members of council. Next slide, please. So I'm here to share with you about two things. The first is to introduce you to the urban mobility strategy, which is a joint project between engineering, construction, and policy planning. We have engaged Steer as a consultant on this project, and we've been working with them on this since September of last year. The second item I wish to share, or we wish to share, is some work that Steer has completed. They've done an assessment of the COVID-19 impacts related to transportation to help inform their work on the strategy. And I'm here to share a little bit of that assessment with you. So let's start with the urban mobility strategy. Next slide, please. This conversation starts where every conversation seems to start for me these days, our town-wide urban structure adopted by council in 2017. And quite simply, this is Oakville's growth management strategy for the future, whether that's to 2041, to 2051, or quite frankly, whatever time horizon the province wants us to look at. This is how we're going to accommodate growth in Oakville. Next, please. Okay, it doesn't seem to be showing up, but we have a number of strategic growth areas that, as you've heard a number of times this evening, and they're the circles on this map, if you will, that are then connected by strategic corridors. And it's certainly no coincidence that these corridors are one and the same as the regional transit priority corridors, which are shown in the dashed red lines. And I'll say the success of our urban structure, however, depends on how well we integrate many different ways of moving people and goods into the design of our growth nodes and the corridors that connect them. As Jill said, we cannot simply rely on private cars to move everyone around as we go into the future. Next slide, please. So maybe you're thinking right now, well, what do you mean, Jeff? So let me highlight a couple of things that you can find in our current Transportation Master Plan, which Jill said was just updated a couple of years ago. Next, please. So it says, it was recognized that additional widening is not feasible to address screen line deficiencies. So if you're like me and you're not a traffic engineer, this essentially means we cannot continue to widen our roads to accommodate more and more people in Oakville. Next, please. And the plan goes on to say alternative solutions should be sought to alleviate congestion, including, and then it lists things like active transportation, which is like walking, biking, rolling, skateboards, rollerblades, kick scooters, you name it, public transit initiatives, intersection improvements, and so on. Next, please. Quite simply, space is limited within our right-of-ways. And so we need to look at how we move people and goods through those right-of-ways differently. Next, please. So here's a concept that's not really that new, but it's worth emphasizing, particularly when it's been recognized that we have very limited space to work with. So I borrowed this graphic from Twitter, and this post asked the question, how many people can move through the same 3-meter wide street space at peak conditions? So for context, 3 meters is generally the width of a travel lane on a road, or a multi-use bike path, or 2 regular concrete sidewalks put side by side. And this graphic comes from the National Association of City Transportation Officials, or NACTO, and it shows how many people can be moved within that 3-meter wide space in order from least efficient at the top to most efficient at the bottom. And it turns out private automobiles are at the top, and they're actually the least space efficient form of travel. This gets a little better when you start mixing in transit buses, but then there's a big jump in efficiency when you move to a 2-way protected bikeway. And this will actually move more than double the amount of people that cars and buses move. And you get more efficiency with dedicated transit lanes. Sidewalks are actually really space efficient at moving people. And then finally, you have on-street transit ways, such as bus rapid transit or light rail transit. Next, please. In Oakville, we probably utilize 4 of these travel modes mainly. And we do have a robust active transportation master plan, which looks at providing opportunities for walking and cycling, which is great. But I suspect that if you compare these 4 modes in terms of how much money we spend on them, you'll find we really focus most of our time and resources on 2 of them. Next, please. So private cars and public buses. So looking at it this way, you could say that in Oakville, up until now, we've been emphasizing the least space efficient modes of travel as the primary ways to move people around. And now we're running out of space. Next, please. Okay, so here's another angle, the climate change angle. So as you know, Council's declared a climate change emergency, and they've endorsed a climate energy strategy. We need climate change. So let me be clear here. Choices the town makes with respect to mobility will have significant implications on how effective we will be at doing this. If you take a look at the town's community energy strategy.
Excuse me, Jeff. Your feed froze in the middle of this slide. And so I would, and it sounded like it was an interesting point, but we didn't hear it. So can I ask you to start over?
Certainly.
On this slide?
I apologize. I don't know what to do about my internet connection. So hopefully it stays solid. So here's another angle that I'm coming at this from, the climate change angle. So as you know, Council has declared a climate change emergency and endorsed a climate energy strategy. So we need to look for ways to reduce our impact on climate change. So let me be clear here. Choices the town makes with respect to mobility will have significant implications on how effective we will be at doing this. So if you take a look at the town's community energy strategy, you'll find this little nugget. Transportation accounts for almost half of community-wide greenhouse gas emissions and total dollars spent on energy in Oakville. And over 70% of transportation activity is person vehicle use. So it turns out that private automobiles, while being the least space-efficient form of moving people, are also responsible for the largest amount of greenhouse gas emissions as well. So a really simple way of addressing climate change would be to shorten how far we have to travel. And then when we do make those trips, see if we can use a more space and energy efficient way of getting there. Next slide, please. So let's jump back to this graphic for just a second. So what happens if we start to prioritize or focus on the forms of transport that are both space efficient and energy efficient at moving people and goods? Next, please. Well, this essentially flips the whole thing on its head. In this new hierarchy, again, one I borrowed from NACTO, we see pedestrians, cyclists, transit riders at the top. They become the most important users of our transportation system. This is then followed by people doing business and providing services, or goods movement, if you will. People moving in private motorized vehicles are not eliminated from the mix. But I will point out at this point that I think this category would include private electric vehicles as well. They still take up valuable space within our right-of-ways, particularly if there's only one or two people inside them. They still require a hefty amount of energy to move, but their main benefit is just that they don't happen to emit greenhouse gases out of their tailpipe. And so while private vehicles aren't eliminated from this mix, you can see their importance or priority as a mode of travel is certainly a lot less. Next, please. So let me show you an example of why we really can't rely on widening our roads as more and more people move to Oakville. So here's a picture of Third Line as it exists today. I chose this example because it has a number of the street elements that help make Oakville a livable place. So it's got travel lanes for vehicles, it's got sidewalks for pedestrians. You can see there's sidewalks on both sides. It's got a bicycle path here on one side. Yeah, I think it'd be better if there was one on the other side, but we can work on that. It also has a median that can accommodate street trees and contribute to the town's tree canopy cover. As you can also see, it has neighborhoods on either side already established, which means you can't really widen the right-of-way itself. So if you were to add a lane to accommodate more cars, next slide, please, we'd start to lose valuable pieces of the street. The bike path and sidewalks would be taken over by the extra lane. And if we had a chance to add a lane to the other side of the road as well, next slide, please, we'd likely lose the median capable of growing trees, and we'd lose that tree canopy cover as well. Next slide, please. And we'd be left with a road that only moves motorized vehicles and effectively just ignores walking and cycling as important forms of travel. Next slide, please. So this is just one example of why we cannot simply widen roads continually to accommodate more and more people in cars. The way to accommodate more and more people is to make sure that Oakville's right-of-ways are designed for a variety of travel options in order to give people choices for how they move around and take advantage of the more space-efficient and energy-efficient methods of moving people. Next slide, please. The other part of this, which is shortening our trips, this is where the principle of mixed-use compact development is important. If we continue to separate where we live from where we work, and increasing how far we travel for leisure or the other activities we do, like going to the grocery store, we reinforce our dependency on cars. And this is what's represented on the left side of the graphic. But when you create compact neighborhoods that bring together as many of the destinations that we want to go every day as possible and put them close together, mix them together in neighborhoods, you start to make walking and biking and even short direct transit trips much more of an option and a reasonable choice for people. Next, please. So if you think back to all the circles on the town-wide urban structure, that's what each of these circles is intended to be within Oakville. Next, please. So it's important to have both elements, put lots of everyday uses in close proximity to where we live and provide lots of attractive choices for how to get there so that people actually want to go these places without using their car. And that's really what the heart of the urban mobility strategy is about. Next, please. So with all of this in mind, the town engaged Steer as a consultant in September of last year to prepare a strategy for urban mobility and transportation planning in Oakville, which we just simply call the urban mobility strategy. And this strategy is intended to look at ways to integrate a variety of transportation choices with the functionality of the town-wide urban structure, make sure they integrate well, and make the urban structure ultimately successful. Steer's proposal has also acknowledged the importance of prioritizing mobility with pedestrians, cyclists, transit and goods movement at the top of that hierarchy. Next, please. The intent of the urban mobility strategy is that it will be a primary background document that will feed into a number of things, including the town's ongoing official plan, the upcoming transportation master plan review, and other master planning initiatives of the town, like how we deal with parking, our parks and open spaces, our libraries, community centers, all those things. It's also intended to help inform how the town prioritizes, operates, and maintains our transportation facilities. Essentially, it's intended to help us figure out where to put the limited resources that we have. If we only have so much to spend on moving people and goods in the town, where should that money go? Which means it should also inform how we develop our budgets, from a town level down to how we prioritize our department spending. Next, please. In terms of shifting priorities, here's another part of the town's transportation master plan. And this is something that STEER has picked up on as well, is that the TMP identifies that for even short trips, which are under 10 kilometers, and this could be as short as 1 kilometer or even less, we in Oakville tend to choose our cars for those trips. Those short trips, though, are ideal for walking, cycling, or taking transit. Next, please. So here's a chart provided by STEER, which shows a breakdown of trips by their length. The top bar represents longer trips, the ones over 10 kilometers, but the bottom four bars are the trips where the Transportation Master Plan suggests could be taken using alternative modes like biking, walking, and transit. As you can see, there's a lot of blue in these bars, which shows that yes, we are indeed choosing to take our cars for most of these trips. And walking is shown in green, and it makes sense that for the really short trips, less than 2 kilometers, there are quite a few people who do choose to walk. What's striking to me, though, is that cycling and transit, which are shown in yellow and black, are almost non-existent in those 4 bars. So the question I start to ask is, well, why is that? What is it that's keeping people from choosing transit and cycling instead of their car for shorter trips? And are there things the town can do to make these alternative transport modes more attractive, easy, and viable for people so that they don't choose to drive their car every time they need to go somewhere? So what about the longer trips? Turns out that about 45% of the trips taken by people in Oakville are to places outside of Oakville, Toronto, Mississauga, Burlington, and so on. People aren't just traveling within Oakville only. Next slide, please. So when we talk about public transit for those type of trips, we're not simply talking about Oakville Transit. Yes, Oakville Transit is included, but it's not just that. It's a discussion about regional transit. So GO Rail and the Lakeshore West Line are certainly a part of that, but it's not just the places served by GO that people are traveling to or coming from. And that's where the regional transit priority corridors shown on our urban structure become important. These tie into planning for a larger system in the region and beyond. Next, please. So this shows a preliminary transit priority corridor network for Halton by the year 2041. In the green color, you can see that both Dundas and Trafalgar are identified as bus rapid transit corridors. This essentially means that buses travel in lanes reserved only for them, for those buses, and traffic lights are adjusted so that they don't even need to stop at red lights, or they get a queue jump to go in front of traffic, and the lights are timed accordingly. And the buses essentially get to bypass any potential vehicle congestion on those roads. This is an example of making transit a priority. Next slide, please. And this then fits into a larger network across Halton. Both the Dundas BRT and Trafalgar BRT are on the list of Metrolinx projects that form part of their greater frequent rapid transit network for the entire GTA. So it's important to see how local and regional transit need to work together to fit into a larger framework. Metrolinx, though, has lots of projects on the go. And as they start to prioritize their projects, they look to see where local and regional councils have made commitments in their capital budgets for transit infrastructure. And if they see that municipalities are already investing things that support the larger network, that goes a long way to raising the priority or urgency for Metrolinx to invest in that project as well. Of course, the flip side is then also true. If they see that municipalities have not funded projects to support these type of initiatives, they do not score nearly as high in a priority ranking for Metrolinx. In any event, all of these questions and problems are some of the types of things that we are asking STEER to look into for us as they prepare the urban mobility strategy. And so, earlier this year, we were working with STEER on the strategy when this little guy entered the scene. Next slide, please. And the COVID-19 pandemic took hold. This pandemic has been the epitome of a disruptive change. It has had a major effect on how people travel and on the economy and society more widely, as we have all experienced in the last number of months. So yeah, some impacts may only be short-term, but there are others that have the potential to change the way in which we live, work, play, and move around in the long term. Next, please. As a result, town staff and STEER agreed to adjust the original terms of reference for the urban mobility strategy and have STEER examine and assess the potential short and long-term effects of COVID-19 on Oakville's transportation system specifically. So staff prepared a memo of their assessment of the COVID-19 impacts. This graphic is from that memo. It's essentially a roadmap for the steps that we would need to work through in order to move through and hopefully pass this pandemic. So on the left, you have scenario 1, which they've entitled Cycles of Lockdown. This is where we were certainly were back in March. Maybe we're entering that again right now with the second wave. And then on the far right, you have a scenario where a vaccine has been developed and most people have been vaccinated, which is really where we want to go. So in between, scenario 2 is where we really begin to embrace social distancing, wearing masks, limiting our interaction with others, which is called adapting to the pandemic. It's kind of where we are right now, I would say too. And then scenario 3 is where we may see effective treatments for COVID that being developed. They don't prevent you from getting sick, but they could prevent you from dying. And that's what's represented by scenario 3. And then of course, scenario 4 is where we're all trying to get. The faster we move through these stages, the less impact there will be on society. Next, please. So what does all this mean for transportation? This chart here shows the extreme ends of the spectrum, the cycles of lockdown on the left, and then the vaccine scenario on the right. And there are some pretty logical results and differences shown here. But what I really think is important to focus on is not so much the differences, but what is the same on both sides of the chart.
I don't know if you can hear us, but you froze again. So right at the word both.
Oh, okay. I'm back in again. Both ends of the spectrum show an increased demand to use our cars, a drop in public transit use, and a resulting reduction in transit services, which can really lead to a downward spiral we don't necessarily want to get into. However, we have seen a growth in active transportation, like biking. You just have to look at the sales of bikes this year. They've gone through the roof with people wanting to get outside in a safe manner, which then results in an increased demand for better pedestrian and cycling facilities that are connected and unfractured and get you to where you want to go. And of course, there's a growth in online shopping. And this is an important factor when we start talking about goods movement. So these are the trends that we're going to see no matter what stage of the pandemic we're in and even beyond. It's only how strong these trends are that differs from one side of the chart to the other. Next slide, please. Based on those, STEER has identified a number of risks that we really need to watch out for. Next, please. Number 1, many people are shifting from using transit to using their own cars because it's seen as the safe way to travel in the pandemic. The danger of this, however, is that we allow these car-oriented travel patterns to potentially embed themselves permanently, even to the point where it becomes effectively irreversible. Number 2, there's a risk to assume that everyone can easily work from home. There are still lots of people that cannot work from home, and many of these people still rely on public transit. So when you see a reducing of transit service, maybe how often a bus comes, for example, that's going to exacerbate the impact of the pandemic on those people who cannot work from home and don't have a car to get where they need to go. Next, please. There's also a risk that any short-term measures we've implemented in response to the pandemic may not be good measures in the long term. So there are good ones, but STEER warns there is a potential to incorrectly choose which of these changes should stay and which ones should go. Next, please. So related to this is the risk that we even start to change our long-term plans based on some of the short-term trends we're now experiencing. This is particularly dangerous when those outcomes are contrary to the town's long-term strategic plans, such as our official plan, the corporate strategic plan, and so on. Next, please. STEER's memo ends with 7 conclusions that they've made from their assessment of the COVID-19 impacts. But when you look closely at them, though, I think they can essentially be summed up in 2 points. Next, please. First, Oakville needs to act rapidly. We need to act now if we want to prevent or mitigate the negative impacts the pandemic may have on our transportation system. Well, how? By making continuous investment into good quality public transit and active transportation. Now, hopefully this reminds you of what I was talking about earlier in this presentation about reprioritizing the forms of transit that Oakville should, or transport that Oakville should focus on, and creating places where people live close to most of the other places they want to go every day, like we've planned out in our urban structure. Let me put it this way. If the town is serious about the climate change emergency, one of the quickest and potentially cheapest things to do is invest even more in our active transportation infrastructure, which we've already started to do through our active transportation master plan, and really focusing those investments in the strategic growth nodes of our urban structure. But just as importantly, it's about boosting the investment we put into public transit. I know this may be counterintuitive considering the financial constraints of the pandemic. And don't get me wrong, we are already making good investments in public transit and active transportation, to be sure, with electric bus fleets, real-time tracking of our buses, and the bike lanes that we build each year. But I think we really need even more to make public transit a really good choice for more and more people in Oakville and Halton. Transit authorities have made big efforts to make riding transit safe. And if I hear STEER correctly, we really need to be pushing for more and better transit at all levels. I read an article recently that argued that it doesn't cost a lot of money to start prioritizing public transit. All you need is to just go out, buy some buckets of red paint, and start painting dedicated bus-only lanes on your roads. It's about reorganizing the space within our right-of-ways to prioritize good travel choices, and that means more than one choice for Oakville. And it's also because when we start emphasizing good public transit, that others will start to build on that, like Metrolinx, as they will prioritize their frequent rapid transit network projects in Oakville and Halton if they see us investing in it. For me, the assessment of the COVID-19 impact by STEER simply reinforces all the reasons described earlier for why Oakville needs to develop a good urban mobility strategy to guide our corporate decision-making. The pandemic hasn't really changed any of that. And if anything, COVID-19 has just created an even greater sense of urgency than there was before. Next slide, please. So what's next? Well, STEER is continuing to work on preparing the urban mobility and transportation strategy. We anticipate that this work will be completed early next year and then presented to council at a later date. Staff will also go out and consult with the community next year sometime, in conjunction with our ongoing official plan review and our transportation master plan review that's coming up. I think that consultation will likely focus on a conversation about the benefits of relying on alternative modes of transportation in addition to discussion within the community about the choices we make when we move around, and then the implications of those choices on our natural and built environments.
Jeff, we lost you at in addition, but you are back and you're welcome back.
Okay, let me find where in addition. Okay. So the conversation will likely focus on a conversation about the benefits of relying on alternative modes of transportation in addition to privately owned cars. The idea is to generate a discussion within the community about the choices we make to move around and the implications of those choices on our natural and built environments. So let me just end with this thought. And this is something that I often joke about when I talk to people about mobility. So if you love to drive your car, you should be the biggest advocate of public transit and active transportation. Well, why is that? because of riding the bus, walking, and biking become really easy and very attractive choices in our community, lots of people will choose to do that and leave you more room on the street to drive your car. Next slide, please. So I thank you for your time at this late hour, and my team and I are available for any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a lovely, bright moment that you chose to end on. Questions? Councillor Giddings. Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Jeff, thanks for the presentation. So, in other words, the modal split that we've been struggling with as a municipality and as the region for a number of years, what you're saying is it's time to look at it a little differently and take it seriously?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would agree with that.
All right, and so I realize that this is going out to the public at some point next year, post-COVID. We had a number of discussions this evening, as we have for the past years, about new areas being developed. Are we doing enough to plan for paths and lanes and different infrastructure? Because I see it as a way of building in traffic calming as well. Is it time to take a new look at the whole, at it combined?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe it could be, for sure.
All right, in the interest of time, I'll leave it there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I pick up the idea from you there that bus lanes could be traffic calming?
Well, they can be, but we certainly have, if you look at our traffic and you look at our traffic concerns and complaints, I think there are a number of different ways that we could be doing this, and I'm looking forward to the process.
So are we all. So are we all. Councillor Haslett-Deal, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Councillor Giddings. So I'm wondering, in the public consultation process, Jeff, if you will be asking those questions of individuals about what are those trips that are causing them not to get on transit or to use a bike? Because I come back to, I support and understand the importance of what you're emphasizing, and you do it so well. But when you talk about societal change, you're talking about how a family is going to connect between school and after school programs and all the other elements of their life. And it'd be interesting in the consultation to have that candid discussion about, you know, what is that 10 kilometers and even or less than 10 kilometers? What are those trips, and how and why are they choosing it? Because in theory, you know, it'd be lovely that everybody was able to get on a bus and drop their child at daycare and still get to their job in time to start on time. But that's one of the fundamental problems that working parents face every day. How do I juggle all that? And that, I think, is part of what's caused a reliance on the car. So I think the consultation process really needs to explore that. And how does a community and a town really start to make that shift with them? Because it's tough on a family.
Thank you, Councillor.
I agree with that, and I would love to ask those questions because I think about them daily myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Meara, and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Jeff. My questions really pertain to some examples, and from what I'm hearing, spend a lot of money on it, and then people will start using it, and that's, for me, that's always been a struggle, because wherever when I was living in Europe, whether I'm in Toronto, people start using public transit when it's just quicker than getting around any other way, and that's really the nut of it. It's not about how cheap it is or stuff. It's just about, what's the fastest way I can do this? And so I'm interested in examples of like-size municipalities like ours, the 200,000, or even if you want to use a regional one, but we can't use a regional one because we're not connected regionally, unfortunately. But if you know, I'm interested in some examples that people have spent a lot of money and they've moved their modal split even, 5 percentage points. I'd really like to see where in the world has that happened, that we can go, look, here's the example, because we almost need to flip it and figure out, this is a horrible thing to say, but how do we make it so difficult for people to drive around that their only option is to take public service? I mean, it seems like that's the way to flip the hierarchy around and not prioritize vehicles. And I don't know how we get there. So I do believe that putting more money into the program is necessary, but I don't know if that's going to work. And I'd be interested if you or Steer has examples of, they did it in the Nashville suburb or somewhere else, and here's what they did. I'd like to see some concrete examples somewhere that we could point to. I don't know if the team might have those or might be able to share those with us, but that would be of sound interest to me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will certainly pull together some examples from, we'll try and get across the board, both domestic and I know there's some in Europe that have really intrigued me, but it's a little bit of a different context in some respects, but they have really, had some success in that as well. So yeah, thank you. We will look into that.
Councillor Grant, over to you.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Back from the days of Robert Geisig running Metrolinx, there was talk about the fact of having bus rapid transit all up and down Trafalgar and across Dundas, and that was to connect the different municipalities, to connect Burlington across to Oakville, and then of course Milton down to us. We are now looking at a time where we've got all these developments happening. Trafalgar is being expanded, Dundas is being expanded. Does Steer and see this as a positive thing through your presentation that would let them think that we are moving towards a goal to get that kind of connectivity to allow for better transit, do you think?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would hope that Steer definitely sees that as a positive. What we will be looking for from Steer are some recommendations about things that we can do. So let's say they identify that, we need to have some connections between municipalities, whether it's Oakville, Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga, Oakville, Milton. They will make recommendations about what they think is important, what they think doesn't need to be emphasized. And that's what we're really hoping to get from Steer, is some recommendations about what should we be doing.
Oh, okay, great. Again, I mean, one of, as a person who uses transit frequently, I'm hopeful for a time where we can see the transit hub up at the uptown core being used, where people can drop off and then find themselves like, it's easy to take a bus down to, say, Square One, or even down to the Kipling station to get to, one of the stations down, one of the subway stations, down to Toronto. Sorry, the hour is making myself a little crazy. But certainly, I think this is a lofty goal, and I think it's fantastic. Thank you very much for the report. It was really well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Let's try to remember that what Mr. Abma was showing us was, I'll call it incremental change. This was not kill the car. This was just make room for better, more efficient means of transportation and get some improvement, get a little shift. So anybody who was alarmed by the idea of killing the car, I hope that we can put that aside. Councillor Palmer, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Abma, for your energy this evening. I appreciated your presentation, and I'm also wondering if we could get some recommendations. I mean, the way I see it, we kind of have two scenarios here. We have our existing communities of Oakville, but then we also have the very new communities in Oakville, and just some ideas on how we can promote transit, because really we have families moving in, a lot of young families that are moving in with their kids, and they're bringing their cars with them. And they don't really know the feel of Oakville and what to expect, and that we're moving in this direction. So perhaps if we could get some additional recommendations that just speak to our new communities and as we continue to develop in the more areas of Oakville. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much, Mr. Adma and Mr. Simeone and Ms. Stephen. It was a very interesting presentation. I have to remind, there was a lot of faith and optimism expressed tonight about Metrolinx, and I want to sound a slightly different note. I was around in 2006 when council decided to increase its transit system from a radial system to a grid system in order to promote transit use. And yes, we did get about a 25% or 30% increase in ridership as a result. It was not for naught, but it cost us a 50% increase in the spending on transit. And council did it unanimously. It was an amazing expression of faith in the future. And Metrolinx responded in 2006, or in 2007, I guess, in the Big Move, the first edition of the Big Move. And they announced that our BRT would begin immediately and would be running in 2016. And as you know, there is no BRT anywhere to be seen, anywhere near Oakville. And the BRT got down prioritized, and eventually it got moved out of phase 1, out of phase 2, and into maybe later after 2041. So what's the lesson I'm painting here? We have to do, in Oakville, we have to do for ourselves. If we rely on Metrolinx, we will never catch a bus. I'm sorry, but after 14 years as mayor, Metrolinx's priorities are somewhere outside of Oakville. They're not here. And as it happens, I've always believed that people and a community and a business, everybody is better when you run your own show. And that's why, parenthetically, I should add, when other people ask me to agree to support the unification of transit and moving of transit up to the region of Halton, I think, no, that would be totally incompatible with staying in charge of your own show. And I don't know how you would consolidate transit in a region where one municipality has none, another one that ought to have more barely has any, and the other big dog in the cage with us has half the buses that we have. So, I think I'm just making an impromptu speech for us staying in charge of our own destiny. And Councillor Hazard-Thiel, I thought I was taking the last word, but maybe not.
So thank you for your comments, Mayor Burton. I just, but what you raise is a concern that we hear in Ward 3 a lot, which is that the QEW is a barrier to get for active transportation. And we're reliant on the province to come forward and support and the region building the infrastructure for, bikes to be able to safely cross up Trafalgar from the corner of Cornwall and Trafalgar all the way, even just to get to Town Hall. So while I get that we want to run our own show, we are reliant on them unless we're prepared to fund that extra edge on the bridge that is been in a plan for a long time. And I'm not suggesting it's the top priority. I'm just saying I get your perspective, but they own us crossing over that QEW, and it is a barrier for people who want to go from south to the north by active transportation.
Well, let me help you with that a little bit. Around 2006, the Minister of Transportation stood on that bridge with me, and I asked her, hey, they were expanding the bridge. They were widening it. And I said, hey, look at that sidewalk. It was a narrow and still is a narrow sidewalk. I said, in winter, that's where the snow goes, and our residents have to walk in the street. Why are you rebuilding this without fixing that? And by the way, where's a bike lane? And she called over the deputy minister, and she said to him, and I quote, "You should build that for the mayor." And I thought, wow, this is like magic. You just tell a minister what you want, and she promises it. In fact, she calls over the deputy minister and orders him to do it. And have you ever noticed that pylon in the middle of the highway between, Oakville Place and the other side? Okay, so here's what happened. Bruce McQuaig, who went on to run Metrolinx, called up the town manager, Ray Green, and said, now for a limited time only, we'll let you, at your expense, put a pylon in the middle of the highway while we're doing this work to support a pedestrian crossover that you guys can build anytime you want to come up with the $10 million or so that they estimated it would cost. And we built a plan for it. In fact, I'm sure we still have that plan. It's, you heard all night, doing bridges over or even under has a problem around, you need a bunch of land for the landing. All of that was set out in the Commissioner of Engineering and Construction's plan that council was thrilled to see afterwards. So I rest, and by the way, the province and the feds have now announced a new infrastructure program, a rapid one, where it's not just announcements and no money ever comes, apparently. And we've been allocated $2.3 million for it, which is unfortunately not enough to build that bridge. But the Premier's told me that more is coming. So we may yet be able to do it. But I'll tell you, if it ever happens, it'll be because we do it. Because I've seen no evidence that anybody else is ever going to do it for us. So it's my view. And thank you for triggering the story, because it's been years since I told that story. I used to tell that story at the drop of a hat because I love so much the what? We didn't get the pedestrian bridge. We got a chance to build it ourselves. It reminds me of what happens when we went to MTO to talk about how they need to fix the QEW in order to unlock the province's growth center. And the MTO minister said to the deputy minister rather, answer the mayor's question. And the deputy minister turned to the assistant deputy minister and said, answer the mayor's question. And the assistant deputy minister turned to the director and said, we need an answer for the mayor. And the ADM turned to the manager. And the manager looked at me across the table and said, we've thought about this, and we have no objection if you do it yourself. So, welcome to the province of Ontario. This is the inside view that the public never sees as how it works. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. I told two stories, and now I can't remember if I got a motion to receive this report. But I didn't. And I have a volunteer in Dave Giddings. Thank you, Dave, very much. Council, is there any objection to this motion? Madam Clerk, there's no objection. The motion carries. Could I have a motion to rise and report? Jeff, Councillor Knoll, thank you very much. Any objection to that motion? There's no objection, Madam Clerk, so it carries. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and made recommendations on public hearing items 1, 2, and 3, discussion items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and advisory committee minutes 10, not necessarily in that order, as noted by the clerk. I wonder if we could have a mover and seconder for the report. Councillor Lischina and Councillor Chisholm, thank you very much. Any objection to the report? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, there's no objection. The report is adopted. Is there any new business of an emergency, congratulatory, or condolence nature that anybody would like to? Have there been any recent birthdays that we haven't embarrassed anybody over? No? All right. Well then, a mover and seconder for consideration and reading of the bylaws would be in order. Councillor Longo and Councillor Grant, thank you very much. Any objection to the bylaws? Madam Clerk, the bylaws are adopted. Council, it's been terrific working with you, maybe even more than usual. And I thank you very much for your time and attention and your great contributions. And that ends our meeting. We'll see you next time.